day of April 2025, and we are here live at the newly refurbished Nyayo National Stadium, ready to bring you the trials for the World Relays that will be held next month in Guangzhou, China. That is from the 10th and to the 11th of May. And of course, today we're going to witness some little bit of action, of course, in the sprints, and of course some events that will be coming your way, including the 3,000 meter steeplechase. It will be a long day-long event that will bring the best sprinters in the country and of course across the borders in Uganda, Tanzania and South Sudan, who will be here to try to compete. And of course after this, the team selected for the World Relays. It's going to happen here at the Nyayo National Stadium on this Saturday morning. And of course we are done with heat number 1 of the 100 meters women semi-final number 1. We are into the second semi-final where Mary Sophia will be running in lane number 2, Lavenda Amutavi in lane number 3, Eunice Kadogo, the former national champion, will be running in lane number 4, Monica Safania, Eunice Kadogo, former national champion, and of course that is Monica Safania, representing National Police, and then Morara Lois Nyangchoka of Kenya Defence Forces will be running in lane number 6, and Nevia Mongina Mishira from Prisons. A beautiful day of athletics. Of course, a squad will be selected here to represent the country at the World Relays in Guangzhou, China next month. But first of all, who's going to make it to the squad? We're going to give you some of the tidbits. Of course, I'll be joined by Coach Hillary in a bit, who will be telling us more about the tactics and, of course, what we need to do in the preparation. Semi-final number 2 of the 100 meters. We'll have yet another restart for this one.
Thank you very
Hillary,
much, Greg.
a restart for this one. Early days, construction work going on.
There are only two things in a sprint race. It's either a false start, where the athlete goes before the gun, or a faulty start, where it's the fault of the machine, the Timetronics machine. So we don't know what card will be lifted. When you see a red card on any lane, that's a red card for the athlete. But when you see a green card, that's a faulty start. So let's wait and see. Just hoping it's not a false start.
We were here, we witnessed semi-final number 1 where Doreen Walker won in a time of 12.04. You were not quite impressed with the time, of course.
No, of course, Greg. That is not a very fast time. It's rather slow for a national team.
We talked about this last weekend where we needed athletes to be in good shape, of course, run at least. This was a faulty start.
Faulty start,
yeah.
As you can see, it's a green card.
Yeah.
But that's I can tell you, that's a pardon.
Because the next time they're going to do it.
Just look at your screen, you'll notice.
It was lane number 3.
It was lane number 3.
Laventa.
Yes, so that's a pardon.
That's a pardon.
Remember, Laventa is the wife to Ferdinand Omanyala,
who later on in the day will be competing in the Botswana Grand Prix.
Yes.
But here we are again for the restart of the second semi-final of the 100 meters. And off they go smoothly, and Laventa off the blocks nicely, but Eunice Kadogo and Mary Simiu.
You can see
Eunice Kadogo. Another 12.05. Unofficial time, of course.
Yes.
But then, is it because of the weather? Or
it's too chilly for sprints, Greg. And as you can see, Eunice Kadogo has won that heat. She's a 3 times national champion, followed by Monica Safania, who is a 1-time national champion. And then Lois Marara is a KDF champion. Then at the back, there was Nivian, who's a former Kenya Prisons 100-meter champion. So that was a heat of champions.
A hit of champions, but of course the timings not really what
it's been rounded down to 12.04 seconds for the winner.
So that is the standard time posted in semi-final number 1 and number 2, and that's how they came off the blocks. Mary Sophia Simiu tried really hard, but then Monica Sefania, look at her from lane number 5. Was just beaten.
That's Lois Morara being second, Monica Safania third. 4th and 5th is a photo finish between Laventa and
Lavenda and Nevia. Mishira,
Yes.
and of course from here
Mary
we
Sophia.
Mary Sophia, and right now we'll be shifting our focus to the men, where we'll have Benson Okot.
Remember Benson Okot from Lane 1 is a 4-time national champion
And an Olympian, of course.
from Uganda. And he also participated in the All African Games, so he's an experienced athlete. Lane number 2, we have Josiah Innocent Kadima from ESSP. Lane number 3, we have Mwai, who was a winner in the Thika AK meet, came second in Mumias. Lane number 4, we have Steve Onyango, who was a KDF champion. Cheng, prisons champion, and also silver medalist, 2-time silver medalist in the prisons championship. Has also made it to Team Kenya in the All African Games and the African Championship. Lane number 6, we have Dan Kiviazi, who's 2 times prisons champion. Isaboke, 1-time KDF champion. And lane number 8, Sabiri from Uganda. So this is a star-studded field in semi-final 1.
That's Isaboke and Isabiria of Uganda, of course, born on the 20th of August 1995. But watch out for Benson Okot. He's been training in the United States for the better parts of 2020. Trained in the States, came here for the trials, and of course posted some very good time while in competition, that is last season.
Remember, Benson also has a PB of 10.20 seconds, which was unofficial because it was wind aided.
Wind aided.
If it is plus 2.1,
plus 2.1,
that
yeah.
is wind aided. The wind has to be at 2.0. So his recognized personal best is at 10.38. Remember, he was also at one point the record holder for Uganda with a 10.38 before Pius Adome took the title. So this one meant to watch is Benson Okot, Steve Onyango, Esbon Ocheng, Dan Kiviazi, Justin Isaboke, and Musa Isabiri. It's a star-studded field, my friend.
The first semi-final of the 100 meters, Benson Okot, Josiah Kadima, Dennis Mwai, Stephen Onyango of Kenya Defence Forces, Hesbon Oduoro Chieng, the most experienced sprinter in this field, representing police. Dan Kiviasi Asamba had a very good outing in Mumias. That is Benson Okot on your screens.
Greg, I want to tell you something about Dan Kiviazi. Dan Kiviazi, when it matters, he will always
He delivers.
He will deliver when it matters.
I remember the relays at Kasarani one time when he decided that it's not going to be KDF and police. We're gonna slice this in the Midland. He really had a good race, and I hope he's gonna make a good account of himself here.
And Dan Kiviazi is a 200-meter specialist, and I don't know if it is luck, bad or good, but he has always been second in any trial in the 200 meters.
He's become a Johan Blake.
I hope this time he can crack that code. But he's a 200-meter specialist coming for the 100 meters. Because there will be no 4x2 in China. There's only 4x1 and 4x100 meters mixed. Yes, so he has to come down to 100 meters if he has to make the team. And remember also, every person who's running here has been tested by ADAC, at least one out of competition test. So good job, ADAC.
And of course, the deadline is on the 24th of next month. And that means that of course they'll be getting a few lessons on what to do, when to do, and how to do, as we are ready for semi-final number 1 of the 100 meters during these trials for the World Relays to be held next month in Guangzhou, west of China. And off they go nicely, Okot off the blocks nicely, but then watch out for Stephen Onyango, who just about wins that one, 10.47. It was between Dennis Mwai and Stephen Onyango.
Oh
Okot.
my goodness, that was a close race, very close race between.
For a moment I thought it was Stephen Onyango, but then Dennis Mwai, who's really had a good outing this season.
Very good outing. Remember, Dennis Mwai is 20 years old, so he's the youngest in the field, and he gave a good outing in Thika with a 10.1 second. and he's coming up well.
Look at how he got off the blocks. As you can see, got off the blocks, but then Dennis Mwai and Okot, look at how they dictated this, but then this experience of Steeple Nyayo, I think, is just what he used in this race. Look at that.
Look at him, he's so relaxed, he's not tightening up.
He just eased. And then it was a photo finish between Hesbon and, of course, Dan.
Remember, to make it to the final, the first two is automatic. 1 and 2 is automatic to the final. Then the next two, because there is 3 semi-finals, those will be first 2, that is 6 people. Then the 2 fastest losers. The 2 fastest times from the other 2 will make it to the final.
I thought the Bogo was in Kenya. Yes, the lineup for semi-final number 2, Tyson Omondi Juma of Nairobi, running in lane number 2, Clinton V.O. Shikuku in lane number 3, Boniface Mweres Otunga. This man is having a great season. Beshak Babu, of course, he'll be running in lane number 5. This man to watch, of course. There is Ronald Kiprono Koech, Emmanuel Aboda, the Ugandan champion, and then there's Elkana Kiprotich Sabila of the National Youth Service. This is a very star-studded lineup.
Remember, Boniface Mweresa is a 400-meter specialist, but he's come down in the 100 meters. Mweresa is a very fast starter also. He's 32 years old. He's a one-time national champion in the 200 meters, one-time All-African Games gold medalist, and one-time All-African Games silver medalist. We have Babu, also Meshak Babu, also the man to watch. He's won every race he has run this year, apart from the one he was beaten by Ferdinand Omanyala in Uganda, where he ran a 10.40 seconds behind.
Did
Ferdinand
he do a 10.1 in Nakuru?
Yes, he did a 10.1 second, hand time. So this is the man to watch.
Babu, of course.
Babu, currently, as we stand, is the second fastest man in Kenya.
And he chose not to go to Botswana, chose to run in the Nairobi Rains, and this is the second semi-final of the 100 meters. Pius Adom, of course, the Ugandan champion, will be running in lane number 7, so we await to see. But something that is unique is that from lane number 3, 4, 5, and 6, they are running in the same club.
That's a Aboda. In lane number 7 is Emmanuel Aboda. He was third in Uganda.
He was third in Uganda.
Behind. Yes. Emmanuel Aboda came third after Ferdinand Omanyala and Benson and Meshak Babu. So this will be also a semi-final to watch. Remember also Ronald Kipkoech. Ronald Kiprono Koech is also in the race. He won in Thika and Mumias. So this is, I know it's raining here at the field, so not very good times will be witnessed because of the weather.
So once again,
the thing to watch here is just make it to the final. Be first or second. Then hope that the final will not rain.
So we are going to experience a delay because of the rains that have been pounding this part of the city for over. And also warming up, I can see Isaac Omurwa on the other side. Steaming up, ensuring that he's still in the mood for this one as we wait for the start of the second semi-final of 100 meters. Remember, if you're joining us, these are the trials for the World Relays 20. China. 4 athletes will be chosen automatically, with 2 selected by the panel of experts.
Gregory, I understand you have your people there in the village. You have guys in your village who can stop the rain. We need your services, Greg.
I think when shoe comes to push comes to shove, then that's what's going to happen, because we really want to see a good day of athletics. In Nakuru, at least the rains forgave us for quite a while, and then in the evening it's when we started witnessing all this. But right now, it is going to be very interesting. And if the judges have already left the field, then it's not
No, they're having a look at the equipment. When you look at the about 40-meter mark,
yes,
they're making sure that the wind instrument is
is functional.
Yes,
And I
yes.
can see right now the wind is negative 0.7. That is
That means we are having a headwind.
headwind.
Yes.
And that means that any time that will be posted here
Is valid.
is valid.
Yes.
And this will be a very big advantage, a huge advantage to the athletes that will be taking part in this trial.
Remember, this is the first time tronic that we are having in the country this year, because
Yeah.
we didn't have any field that was available.
I remember in Nakuru we used a whistle and everything else. In Mumias it was another case, but then I'm just happy to see the technology being used, of course. And one thing that excites me is the prospects of this stadium. This tartan track is going to be removed.
Remember, it's being removed on Monday.
On Monday.
The stadium will be closed.
It will be
and,
closed.
we'll lay a new tartan track.
Yes, for the next 2 weeks.
Yes.
So when we come back for the
Hip
fifth,
Techno Classic.
no, when we come back for the fifth Athletics Kenya trial, hopefully
Yes, we'll have a new.
we'll have a new tartan track here at the Nyayo National Stadium, and that's according to the youth director Barnaba Korir, who said that yesterday he was somewhere in Ngong as he was talking to the guys. Is it Mondo?
Yes, Mondo.
Yeah.
Mondo guys will be in the country to lay down to lay a new tartan track.
A new tartan track, and of course the Ulinzi Sports Complex getting a facelift. You can see they're talking to World Athletics to ensure that they get the exact specifications for the field and the track, of course, to be used in future Athletics Kenya events, and of course World Athletics, of course. And you look at how we've lined up. Kenya wants to host the World Athletics Championships, should be in 2029. So it is something that excites everyone who is in this country. But right now, the rain has shed off a little bit, and will be ready for the second semi-final of the 100 meters. So this is going to be another race that we are going to see who is going to emerge tops. Meshak Babu in lane number 5, one of the names to watch out for. And of course, Emmanuel Aboda, third in Uganda last season. And of course, he is a man that will be waiting to see what he's capable of doing. But this is semi-final number 2. We are yet, yes, the rains have. I've talked to my people in the village, as you said, Hillary.
I can see you've sent some M-Pesa. I've seen you on your phone.
I've already done something. And of course, we are ready for the start of the second semi-final of the 100 meters. But just to remind you, Tyson Omondi Juma will be running in lane number 2, representing Nairobi, born in 1999, 2nd of January. Clinton Aluvi Omwatinya Shikuku of Central, 2006, will be running in lane number 3. Then there's Boniface Mweresa, former KDF champion in the 100 meters, the most experienced runner in this field, in lane number 4. Meshak Kisuvuli Babu, lane number 5. Ronald Kiprono Koech in lane number 6. Emmanuel Aboda of Uganda in lane number 7.
Also remember, Elkana Sabila was third in Nakuru. So, like I said, this is a star-studded and it's fully packed. Expect fast times from the inside lanes, from the center lanes, between Mweresa, Babu, and I wish them all the best as they race. It's chilly, it's cold.
7 men who's gonna make top and head to the final.
Clean start, and that's a bad start from Mweresa. He stumbled.
In these conditions, Meshak Babu really had a bad start, as he said. Just about emerged victorious in this one. Meshak Babu, I'm sure this man is the one to watch this year. I think even Ferdinand should be wary of this of Meshach. I think
No,
so.
no, no,
I think
Gregory.
so.
No, Gregory. No, Ferdinand is a class apart from the rest. That one we have to give it to him. Remember, he's the fastest man in
In
Africa.
Africa, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah,
With
yeah.
a 9.72.
9.772.
Yes.
And of course, look at how Babu started really badly, stumbled a little bit. I think that the track also
So slippery,
is
yes.
so slippery, so he wasn't sure exactly. But then look at how well he positioned him. Boniface Mueres are trying so hard to come from the inside, but then Meshach Babu, look at that. This man is full of confidence. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Look at that distance between Mueresa and Babu.
Remember, Meshach Babu is a 100-meter specialist, and Moresa is a
Former national
400-meter
champion.
Is a 400-meter specialist. So when it comes to the end, the 100-meter guy will be more poised to win
Because
of the turnover.
The turnover.
Yes, because as you could see, Moresa is trying to stride, while Babu is hitting the ground
hard, and then he knows
spending
when
less time on the ground.
on the ground.
Yes, that is the trick. It's a hot track, the last 15 meters.
So the biggest determinant is always on the last.
Yes, you
bit
have
of
to
it.
hold your form,
Yes.
pump your arms quicker, and spend less time on the ground. Have less contact time. That's what has given Babu the win from Moresa, even though Moresa had a bad start. So we head to the third semi-final, where lane 1 is Nyamoya Charles, lane 2 is Samuel Chege, lane 3 Isaac Omurwa, lane 4 is Isaac Omurwa, lane 5 then is Nyongesa, lane 6 Moses Wasike, lane 7 Simani Regau, and lane 8 is Pius Adome, the Ugandan national champion and the Ugandan 100-meter record holder. What I like about this heat is we have young ones also. Simani Regau and Isaac Omurwa are very young. Simani is 23 and Isaac Omurwa, the brother to Ferdinand Omanyala, is 20 years old. So those are two young men coming up. That's the future of Kenyan sprinting.
And Pius Adome, the Ugandan champion, is the most experienced in this heat number 3
Also
of the
have a look at
semi-final.
Samuel Chege, who is a 200-meter specialist but has a 10.39 personal best that he ran in 2019.
Nyamoya Charles, Samuel Chege, Isaac Omurwa, Dennis Nyongesa, Moses Onyango Wasike, Simani Regau, Pius Adomes. Semi-final number 3 of the 100 meters. Just about to happen. And off they go nicely. Watch out for Samuel Chege of KDF, but then Isaac Omurwa. Watch out for this young man. He has what it takes. Just about edges out. 10.49. Not really as fast as it was in the second semi-final, but then Isaac Omurwa, he seems to have shaked off that hamstring injury he suffered in Mumias.
He had an hamstring scare. It was just a twitch of the hamstring and he pulled out of the race in Mumias.
And just watch how well he comes off the block. Simon Wasike from the outside tried really hard. But then Adome, this is not what I expected from him, because I expected him to be challenging Wasike and look at the distance between Omurwa, Wasike and the rest of the field.
Gregory, I think picking this team will become a hard task for the selectors, because as you can see, the third person there was Charles Nyamoya, and then Samuel Chege came in fourth. Remember, 1-2 make it direct to the finals. So Isaac Omurwa direct to the final, and Moses Wasike is into the final. Third and fourth, we are waiting.
Did they hear the discussions that you guys had here just before the races? Because there was that fear that if the athletes from other countries dominate the field, then it was going to be very difficult to have a strong team for.
Yes.
Please.
Since we invited Uganda to come to the trials, if any of them would have made it to the final, they will be in the final. So imagine having 4 Ugandans and 4 Kenyans in the team. Remember, 1 to 4 make it to the team, make it for Team Kenya.
Team Kenya.
That means whoever was making to the final in the men, if we had 4 Ugandans, would have made it to the team. And as we speak, Esbon and Dan Kiviazi are waiting for the photo finish to determine who was third and who was fourth to make it to the final. So this year we might have a different face in the Kenyan team in the 4x100 meters. Remember also, Omanyala is running in Botswana
today, so is Mark Otieno.
So is Mark Otieno, Weissman
Were,
and Kwam Zablon.
Zablon.
And those are very experienced athletes.
Those ones are already, if nothing happens, that's already, those are the names. Those ones are already in the team. So yes. Let's wait and see. But then, what would be a preferred lineup for the 4x1?
Oh, Gregory, you want to fix me, my friend. Let us wait for the final.
I'll ask that question later on. But then we here again, there's the high jump, of course, that's going to happen later on, the men and women high jump, where we have the likes of Asbel Kiprop. Of course, they are also seeking for qualification for the World Athletics Championships to happen in September in Tokyo, Japan. But then after this, we are gearing up for the 400 meters hurdles. The national champion is not here today. Weissman Were is running in Botswana this evening.
So is Zablon Ekwam, who's running in Botswana in the 200 meters today.
So we are yet to see what the likes of Kiplagat Hillary, Nicholas Leparan, Edward Ngunjiri have to do in this one. And of course, we'll begin with the women final. No two ways about this. So if you finish in the top 4, then you are in.
No, Greg, for the hurdles, remember in the 400 meters, the selection criteria is the top 6 in the 400
meters.
Make it to the team. Then the next 2 will be selected maybe from the hurdles.
Oh.
Yes. Oh. So we don't know if they'll pick 2 from the hurdles or they'll pick 1 from the hurdles.
From the hurdles.
Yes, it's determined on the times that they run.
And of course, we are talking about Gladys Ngure of Prisons, and of course, Lydia Mawia Munyo, Valentine Mokaya, Veronica Chebet. Watch out for Anne Kandie in lane number 6 and Anne Muhanda of Western, the oldest in this field, born in 1992. So from this one, we'll know who will be joining the fastest 400 meters runners in the Team Kenya.
Remember, Gladys Mudhoni from lane 2 is a Kenya Prisons champion. Also, Valentine Mokaya is a former African champion in the hurdles. Veronica Chebet is a 100-meter hurdle specialist. Anne Kandie is a 100-meter specialist. And we have Anne Muhanda from Western. Big names missing in the 400 meters hurdles because they are running in the 400 meters flat.
The 400 meters flat will be coming up later on. It's one of the events that will be run here because after the hurdles, we'll have the 400 meters men and women semi-final before ushering in the 100 meters hurdles final and the 110 meters men final. We'll have the triple jump also coming up before having a health break, before heading into the PM or the afternoon session. But it's all happening here at the Nyayo National Stadium, and the rains have subsided a little bit, so it will allow these athletes to perform their art to their utmost best. It's the World Athletics Relay Trials, and we are just about to witness the 400 meters hurdles taking place. So we await for the start of the 400 meters women 400 meters hurdles women final, where we'll have Gladys Ngure, Lydia Mawia, Valentine Mokaya, Veronica Chebet, Anne Kandie, and Anne Muhanda. Perhaps you might be wondering why the World Relays. First, the World Relays took place in 2014, and the Bahamas held the final. In fact, 3 in a row. That was in 2014, 2015, and 2017. It was an annual event then, but then from 2019, this event is held in each odd year. meaning that it happens in the same year the World Athletics Championships take place. So quite some interesting history there about the World Relays. And if you're joining us, you're live from the Nyayo National Stadium, ready to witness a spectacle. Of course, it is time for the 400 meters hurdles, the men and women semi-finals. For the men, we'll have two semi-finals, and for the women, we will have only one semi-final. So this is the day we also wait to see who represents Kenya in Guangzhou, China at the World Relays next month. In the semi-final, men will have 3 hits before the 400 meters men and women semi-finals that will be taking place later on. The 100 meters hurdles for men and women. For the women, of course, will be the 110 meters hurdles as we await for the athletes to come out of the call room for the 400 meters hurdles women. Chebet and Kandi and Muhanda. Because the stage is set, the track is ready for these athletes who emerge top and of course gets to relay.
So very quickly, DJ Hassan, the next event, the women's 400 meters hurdles.
As they come
Women
out of the call room for this one.
400 meters hurdles finals.
I remember on this day in 2021, Coach Hillary,
Yes.
sprinter Ferdinand Omanyala, who is now the national champion, pleaded to Athletics Kenya to allow him compete at in the Tokyo Olympics after attaining qualification of 20.01 at the Making of Champions Grand Prix Nigeria. Omanyala was then 25 and he'd gone there to try out and of course broke the national record there. So many things happened, but then credit to Athletics Kenya where they actually ensured that he got a chance. He reached the semi-finals of the Tokyo Games, and that was the beginning of a great story that we're still talking about it.
Yes, Ferdinand has fought a lot of battles with the federation because of his previous
Records,
doping,
yeah.
previous doping history.
Mm-hmm.
And by then, AK had put a rule that if you were caught for having violated any doping,
The rules. It's not
yes,
about even the doping, but the rules.
yes, then you will not wear the Kenyan flag again. But Omanyala challenged that in court, and we are where we are because of Omanyala.
And of course, he's brought so many good memories to us. Remember him beating the likes of Freddie Curley here. And you look at that, when you tell athletes you have to follow the rules, it means that they must follow all the Anti-Doping Association of Kenya rules. And of course, right now we are talking about a deadline that has been set for 24th of May, whereby you have to do at least one out of competition test to ensure that you are in line to being considered for the World Athletics Championships to be held in Tokyo, Japan. But that's just something that, of course, you never know, because we also green. Everyone was green about the doping issues, whereby there was no sensitization. But then the Anti-Doping Association of Kenya has done really well to ensure that at least athletes are sensitized. They know what to do, when to do. And I can see from my left side there is an ADAC tent, and of course on my right side, of course, where athletes are being taught on what to do and how to conduct themselves in order to be eligible to compete in these events. But right now it's all about the 400 meters hurdles women final, where we have Gladys Ngure. She'll be running in lane number 2. We have Lydia Munywa in lane number 3. Valentine Mokaya, Veronica Chebet, Ann Kandie, and Ann Muhanda. They are both ready. I can see Veronica Chebet is missing in lane number 5. So I'll strike that through. Because she is not in this race. Veronica Chebet scheduled to run in this one. So in lane number 5, she represents police. So we are ready for the 400 meters hurdles women final. The sun has come out. Good signs for the day.
Yes, great. You've done your thing by M-Pesa. Thank you for that. Please tell your guy not to disappear.
And of course, this means that the fans can come to the stadium and witness the spectacle. Of course, a couple of races lined up for the day, including the finals that will be held in the afternoon session. But this is the 400 meters women hurdles final.
Remember, it's 10 hurdles from the start to the finishing.
Oh.
The women have to go through 10 hurdles.
10 hurdles.
Yes.
And that needs endurance and, of course, a lot of agility.
Remember, you have to run through the hurdles. You don't dribble as you approach the hurdles. You do it as if there is no hurdle.
A long time ago, there used to be... I used to see athletes dribble through the hurdles.
You slow yourself down when you dribble.
When you dribble.
Yes, dribbling is you are looking for your step.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you have to be clean and through.
You have to be clean. Run as if there is no hurdle. Just glide through the hurdles. Like Sidney McLaughlin.
Yeah. So I'll also be striking through Ann Kandie. She's been eliminated from this one. Of course, she went off quite fast.
Remember, the record for the 400 meters hurdles is 50.37.
50.37.
Sidney Lebron. But she did it in 2024.
Sidney Lebron, and of course, who takes the first hurdle is Lydia Mawie, who took the first hurdle, but then watch out for Gladys Ngure,
The Kenya Prisons champion.
the Kenya Prisons champion. She's enjoying a healthy lead as she goes to the 200. Remember, 10 hurdles in this one.
Watch out for the outer lane.
That is Gladys Ngure. She's really, really strong as she heads to the 150. Checks over her shoulder to see who's coming in. She's getting tired, but then she still has that gas coming into the last 2 hurdles of this one. But then also
Muhanda leading right now.
Muhanda also from the outside is Ngure and Muhanda.
Ngure coming in to take the lead.
But then it is Muhanda.
Is Ngure winning that race? The Kenya Prison champion. It's an official time of 1:05:22.
1:05:22. That's 10. Is it 10 seconds off?
That's 1 minute, 65 seconds. That's very slow. Some very slow time. 1:05:22, an official time.
Gladys Ngure, of course, very experienced from Prisons, winning the final of the 400 meters hurdles.
Like I told you, Greg, top 6 to finish
in the
the
400 meters
make it to the team.
make it to the team.
Then
So
the next two will
from
be selected from a selection
panel.
panel. We'll have to give a selection. But as we've seen in the 400 meters hurdle, I doubt they'll get anybody from this pack. So everything now goes back
to the 400 meters that will be happening later on today. Quite a tricky affair there. Gladys Ngure would have really hoped to be part of the team for the World Relays, but then it is 1 minute 05 seconds, the time she's posted here, and makes it so complicated for her to make it to Team Kenya. But we yet to see what will happen in the 400 meters flat, and it's all happening here at the Nyayo National Stadium, and we're ready for the 3 semi-finals in the 400 meters men. It is the 400 meters hurdles men.
Remember, also the men are also running 400 meters hurdles, going through 10 hurdles. But the difference is their height is a little bit
they're higher than the ladies, so they have to be readjusted.
Yes.
Can see the track officials doing so to ensure that everything is in order. And in semi-final number 1, we have Joseph Ouya in lane number 1, Kiplangat Hillary in lane number 2, Nicholas Leparan of KDF in lane number 3, Edward Wagaki in lane number 4, Michael Musyoka Nzuku in lane number 5. Then the Silas Kipro teaching a teach in lane number 6, Hero Collins Lohonya in lane number 7, and Toyi Eric of Burundi will be running in lane number 8. So a Burundian in this first semi-final of the 400 meters hurdles men, and I can see them walking to the start. This is the first semi-final of the 400 meters men hurdles.
Greg, remember we have Michael Musyoka, who's a 100 meter specialist in this race. Then we have the 400 meter specialist from KDF, who's also a KDF champion,
Edward Ngunjiri.
in lane 4 and 5.
So watch out for lane number 4 and 5. There is Silas Kipro teaching a teacher also of the universities, and the youngest man in the pitch is Hero Collins Lohonya of Utawala Sprints Club, who are coming up really well. The Utawala Sprints Club, who have produced some very good sprinters in the Athletics Kenya field track and field meets, which already have done. We've done 4 legs of the series that will come back to Nyayo National Stadium in the next 2 weeks. Gladys Ngure, winner of the final of the 400 meters hurdles women, and right now I can see Joseph Ouya is not in lane number 1, so we'll have Kiplangat Hillary of Kenya Defence Forces in lane number 2, Nicholas Leparan of KDF, 3 KDF hurdlers in this one, Edward Ngunjiri, of course, Nicholas Leparan, and Kiplangat Hillary. They'll be running in lane number 2, 3, and 4 respectively. There is Michael Nzoka.
Remember, also lane 5 is from KDF, not Nairobi.
So 4 KDF sprinters, hurdlers in this first semi-final of the 400 meters hurdles.
Yes.
And the weather coming up a little bit. So lane number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Also missing is lane number 7. That is Hero Lokonya. And lane number 8, Toya Eric. So it is Kiplangat Hillary, Nicholas Leparan, Edward Ngunjiri Wagaki, Michael Musyoka, and Silas Kiprotich.
Remember, lane number 4, Edward Ngunjiri, and lane number 5, our KDF champions. One in the 100, another 110 hurdles, and another one in the 400 meters hurdles.
So 110 meters hurdler.
Yes.
And a 400 meters hurdler. That is Michael Musyoka 110, Edward Ngunjiri 400 meters hurdle. So let's see who reigns supreme in this one as they get off the blocks very smoothly. And you can see straight away it is Michael Musyoka with the sprint of a 100 meter runner taking the early lead as they head to the 200 meters. It is Edward Ngunjiri and Michael Musyoka, the two, as we had predicted. Look at the physique, look at the agility, look at how well they are gliding over the hurdles. It is Ngunjiri and Musyoka who's going to reign supreme. The two Kenya Defence Forces into the third last hurdle as they head to the home stretch. Into that hurdle, 1 to go. It is Ngunjiri in the lead. Musyoka trying so hard, but then Ngunjiri using his experience, showing why he is the KDF champion in the 400 meters. Edward Ngunjiri Wagaki winning the first semi-final of the 400 meters, just as you had predicted, Hillary. This was almost like a textbook, like a marking scheme.
Yes. Ngunjiri is a 400 meter hurdle specialist, while Musyoka is a 100 meter specialist. As you could have seen, Musyoka started out so fast, you will imagine he was doing the 100 meters hurdles or the 110 meters hurdles. But Ngunjiri held up his form and knew where to get hold of him. And in the last 2 hurdles, that's when he came on to pass him. That was a good final, having been won by Ngunjiri with a time of 51.69 seconds, and the Musyoka coming in second.
That's how it went, but the difference was all about the last 2 hurdles, and that's where Edward Ngunjiri took advantage of his experience in the 400 meters hurdles, and he sprinted home to win. And of course, Nicholas Leparan was a distant third as Ngunjiri, of course, and Musyoka glided through the track to come home, and Edward Ngunjiri Wagaki won that one with Michael Musyoka Nzuku, 110 meter specialist, of course, coming in second, and Nicholas Leparan, of course, of KDF coming in number 3. So the grimace in their face, I think they had said something to each other before the race. And that's the end of the first semi-final in the 400 meters hurdles, and we are down to semi-final number 2, where we have 8 entrants in this one. Gabriel Kisio Kamakia, William Maranga Nyagaka, Peter Andai, William Bevi, John Kiengo, Franklin Kipkurui Kibet, Meli Cosmas Kiplagat, and Josephat Rarami Manutu. So missing is lane number 6, that's Franklin Kipkurui Kibet of Utawala Sports Club. But the rest of the field is ready to compete in this second semi-final of the 400 meters. And they are ready to rumble. Semi-final number 2 400 meters, and the weather has said, yes, this is what I want to give you guys. So the perfect conditions for the hurdlers, not as it was earlier on in the morning.
The man to watch is lane number 4, William Bevy.
William Bevy of
That
Central.
3-time national champion and 4-time KDF champion. William Bevy.
And also making a comeback is Cosmas Meli. Hopefully give a good account of himself. The oldest man in the field. The most experienced, of course, in this hurdle. So let's wait and see. And they go very smoothly, and you can see they're using their experience. Cosmas takes an early lead in this one. Will he actually get the tactics right? But then Bevy is a man also to watch in this one. Bevy just easing a little bit as they head towards the 200. It is getting very, very... William Bevy, of course, coming in as we had predicted, is coming in really, really well. He seems to be enjoying himself as he heads to the third last hurdle. It is William Bevy. But it is William Bevy who will be taking the last hurdle. William Bevy just about edging out Peter Ambavi to win this second semi-final of the 400 meters hurdles. And that is Josephat Rarimi Manutu.
Remember, William Bevy, the winner of that race, won a bronze medal in the Commonwealth Games. He is also was also the most experienced person in that field. 3-time national champion, 4-time KDF champion. So he has a lot of experience. He also has a personal best of 49.43 seconds in the 400 meters hurdles. And he also anchored for Team Kenya in 2022 when Kenya ran 3.06.76 in the relays. So he's a very experienced runner, and it will be a KDF affair in the final between Bevy, Ngunjiri, and Musyoka.
And Musyoka.
Yes.
Of course, we'll be waiting to see what Ngunjiri and Bevy will have to do in the final. It will be very interesting, but we're down to final, semi-final number 3. Godwin Ochieng, Dennis Gaturu, Kip Kemoi Cyrus, Sami Kiprop, Geoffrey Kipnget, and John Kamau.
The man to watch here is Kipkorir Rotich from lane 6, the guy from Kenya, the guy from Kenya Defense Forces. Also, we have Kipngetich Mutai from Kenya Prisons, and in lane number 4, we have Kiprop Rugut from Kenya Prisons. So it's 4, 5, 6, and 7. Those are the men to watch.
And number 4, 5, 6, and 7 as they warm up for the last time before taking on the hurdles.
Long jump, men and women. Long jump, men and women. Final call for long jump, men and women. Wapige ripoti kwenye sehemu ya long jump. Long jump, men and women. Waelekee sehemu ya long jump haraka iwezekanavyo. Washiriki wa long jump.
We're getting ready. It's a full house in this semi-final. All 8 are in attendance. So Godwin Ochieng, Dennis Ngero, Kipkemoi Cyrus, lane number 3, Sami Kiprop Rugut, Nicholas Kiplimo Kesio, Kipkori Rotich, Geoffrey Mutai, and John Kamau Mburu. And off they go. The man. He is also in line for this one.
So very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, police.
As you can see, Kipkorir is just gliding over the hurdles. Very
He's
good
gliding over
form.
the hurdles, and you can see the confidence that he has. This will be a very interesting final.
And right ahead is
Kipkorir Rotich of National Police Services, really strong as he takes the last hurdle. Kesio coming in second, but then it is Kipkorir. Looking at the time, 51.01. Quite
That was
impressive.
a very fast time.
Very fast time.
That is the fastest time we've had these 2 days
And this man
over the hurdles.
just shows you. And look at the confidence he has. It's like, I got this.
Like I told you, run as if there is no hurdle. Just glide through the hurdles.
Glide through the hurdles. And
Yes.
I think I was watching semi-final number 2, and I could see Cosmas Meli, who was leading into the 200 meters, was like shuffling before
He was dribbling.
dribbling. Yeah, you call it
Yes.
dribbling. You know, dribbling before he took on the hurdles, and I knew it was going to be tough for him, especially in the last 150 meters. And it is what it is, of course. Right now we are in for the 400 meters semi-final, both men and women. And field events of course happening as we speak. The long jump women final will be giving the results as they come through. We'll have the long entrance in that one. And some of the athletes will be taking part in this semi-final of the 400 meters. Women are already on the track exchanging niceties before the start of this race that is happening here at the Nyayo National Stadium. And if you're joining us, we are live on this 12th day of April here at the Nyayo Stadium, ready to give you the best in the relays as we await for selection for Team Kenya in that will for the team that will represent Kenya at the World Relays in Guangzhou.
DJ 400 meters. Once the eyes the KDF team. Peter, please. Peter, what can you tell Steve about the 4x400 meters this year?
To watch out for very good athletes, especially from the Kenya Defense Forces and Kenya in general.
Morara Lois Nyanchoka in lane number 2, and Mbatha Nzula, Mercy Chebet, Joan Cherono, Shida Lenyo of Uganda, Helen Siombua, Julius Esterina Irino of ART. That's the lineup for the first semi-final of the 400 meters.
Very quickly, 400 meters. Steve, 400 meters. So 400 meters semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen, 400 meters.
Now we move to the 400 meters, where lane 2 will have Lois Morara, who is a 100-meter specialist. We have Ann Batha from KDF running in lane 3. We have Mercy Chebet South Rift running in lane 4, lane 5 Joan Cherono, lane 6 Shida Leni, lane 7 Helen Sombua, and lane 8 from the refugees is Julius Esterina Irino. Julia. Greg, this one will be a very fast 400 meters, I can tell you, because in lane 6 we have the Ugandan national champion Shida Leni, who's also a World University Games silver medalist. Then in lane number 4 we have Mercy Chebet, who's a national champion in the 100 and 200 meters, and who shifted to the 400 meters. She has very fast times this year. Then we have Joan Cherono, the most experienced in the field also, who's running in lane number 5. So this one will be a tight race. We also have the former national champion in lane number 7, Helen Siombua. Remember, she has a personal best of 51.09 seconds that she ran in 2019. So this is a race of champions. 2 KDF pulling from the back. From lane number 2 and 3 is KDF. Lane number 4 we have from South Rift. Lane number 5 we have police. Lane number 6 we have Uganda. Lane number 7 we have police. And lane number 8 we have the refugees, from the refugees, representing the refugees.
And Mercy Chebet, there's a friend of mine who asked her why she doesn't want to come and relocate to Nairobi, maybe have better training. She said she's fine wherever she is.
Mercy Chebet trains in Kericho.
Yes?
Yes. That's a high altitude area.
A high altitude area, and then someone was telling her that if you want to be a better hurdler, you have to hit the gym, I don't know, all those. And
maybe
she was like,
you don't know, maybe she's looking at shifting to the 800 meters. That's why she needs the high altitude training.
but she's a very, very fast,
Very fast
400
starter.
meters runner, very fast starter. And of course, she has that natural ability. Let's wait to see if Mercy Chebet can actually replicate that good performance she had in Nakuru here in Nairobi at this first 400 meters semi-final.
Watch is lane 3, 4, 5, and 6. Also, don't rule out lane number 7, Helen Siombua, who's just coming out from an injury and a maternity leave.
Shida Leni of Uganda also in the lineup. She'll be running lane number 6.
That is the person to watch, lane number 6. She's the favorite to win this race.
And off they go. Shida Leni, Helen Siombua steaming away in the first one, but then look at how strong Shida Leni looks like. Joan Cherono, but then Mercy Chebet decides to actually come out of.
As you can see on the backstretch, the difference between Mercy Chebet and Shida Leni. Mercy Chebet is using a lot of turnovers, while Shida Leni is just gliding, using her strides to weave through
and the stride she's using are, of course, helping her to this moment. But then Mercy Chebet grimacing a little bit as they head to the home stretch. It is Mercy Chebet and Shida Leni, the two athletes with the pedigree of winning this one. But then look at how Shida Leni is strong. She is really strong, and she just about uses her agility and stamina to beat Mercy Chebet and win in a time of 52.14. Wow.
Oh my goodness, like I told you, you could see the difference between Mercy Chebet and Shida Leni on the backstretch. When Mercy Chebet was trying to use the turnover, Shida Leni was just striding. So she was reserving a lot of energy
for the home stretch, yeah.
Years.
And that's what exactly was the difference between the two athletes, Mercy Chebet and Shida Leni. And when they got off, of course, you talked about Helen Siombua, who got off the blocks really nicely in the first 100 meters onto the 200. She was really strong, and that also signaled what you said. She's coming back from an injury and a maternity leave. She isn't in the best shape, and that is might have been the difference, because she really tried so hard to catch up with the likes of Mercy Chebet, Joan Cherono, and Shida Leni. She could not, but then Helen Siombua, Kali got off really nicely in that one as they headed to the 200. But then watch out for Shida Leni. She knew when to ease and just glide as they headed to the 150. Mercy Chebet knew that she was going to stay further back if she didn't do something, so she tried closing that gap between her and Shida Leni. Helen Siombua just about faded as they headed to the 150. But then look at Mercy Chebet coming in very strongly. She knew that she had a chance of catching up with Shida Leni, who look even at the body posture as she was running. The body frame also told you that she is a lady who knew exactly what to do. Mercy Chebet thought that she had a chance heading into the home stretch, the 100 meters, but then the turnover, as Coach Hilary said, was too much. And of course, this is the place where Shida Lenyi decided this is my chance to pounce, and she pounced really nicely and gliding through, passing through, and of course beating Mercy Chebet in the last 50 meters with that huge mark. Of course, we're talking about 5 to 6 meters difference between Shida Lenyi and Mercy Chebet.
You know, Mercy Chebet, she's the least experienced in the field over the 400 meters, coming from the 100 and 200 meters, which were her specialty. So she's coming up the races into 400 meters. With time, she will learn how to distribute her energy in the 400 meters.
Of course, she born in 2002. That shows you that she still has a chance of coming up and, of course, doing great things in the future. And we are done with semi-final number 1 that was won by Shida Lenyi. Right now, we are into semi-final number 2. Sarah Bosibori, Zina Akulang, Mercy Adong, Rahab Ndirangu, Gladys Mumbe, and Sabino Siano Alma. 2 refugee athletes in this one.
And the persons to watch is Mercy Okech, who was the fastest time this year in Kenya.
Mercy Okech did
Rahab Ndirangu, who is also a 400 meters hurdle champion. And then we have Gladys Mumbe David from Machakos running in lane number 6. So 4, 5, 6, the lanes to watch.
Mercy Okech of KDF, of course, winner of the 400 meters during the 4th Athletics Kenya Field and Track in Nakuru. Quite a slow start. Mercy coming into that one. Rahab Ndirangu now in the lead, but then Mercy Okech, who's now taking the lead as they ease onto the 200 meter mark. Mercy Okech of KDF as they head towards that bend that is very gruesome. Rahab Ndirangu coming in, but then it is Mercy Okech who just shows the confidence she's had this season. Rahab Ndirangu just trying to come in, but then it is Mercy Okech. I'll just be looking at the time. She is 53.48. Mercy Okech, just as she did in Nakuru, has claimed victory in these 400 meters here. Semi-final number 2, and just finished ahead of Rahab Ndirangu of Central.
Remember, this is a trials for select the team that's going to the World Relays. So you have to save your energy for the final, because we have a final later on in the day. Unlike previous years where unlike the rules where it says a 400 meter athlete should only run once, they have to pick a team. This means you cannot just pick a team from the semis, the best of time. We have to put them in the final, and the first 6 to cross the line will make it to the team. That's why you could see them just reserving some energy for the final.
Sylvia Chemutai, Claire Bog of Great Britain, Leonil Aoko Owino, Vanis Kerubo, Esther Mbagari Okanga. Did she hit the call to run in the 400 meters?
Nakuru.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to Esther Mbagari
running in the 400 meters.
400 meters in the trials.
Could this be her year?
I'm glad the coach is just in front of us, watching a athlete coming from the 100 meters, now shifting to the 400 meters.
Esther Mbagari, the national champion over the 100 and 200 meters, she'll be trying out the 400 meters because you said her body frame actually suits the 400 meters.
100%. I don't know why she was not doing the 400 meters. Remember, she has 11.4 in the 100 meters, and then she has a 23.8 in the 200 meters. This means going to the 400 meters, those 2 times will
she can easily do a 48.
She can do a 48 in the next 2 to 3 years. I don't see how. I don't see how, why she wouldn't be doing a 48 or a 49 seconds. But it takes time, and she has to build on her endurance and speed endurance to be able to run those times.
And that actually starts here. Watch out for Claire Louise Borg of Great Britain, a very experienced middle distance runner from the Great Britain. She'll be running in lane number 3, of course, alongside Esther Mbagari in lane number 6. The 25-year-old wants to make a mark here, and that is Claire Borg. And just behind her is Sylvia Chemutai Chesebe.
Sylvia Chesebe is an 800-meter specialist.
Very experienced.
Now doing
37 years old.
Now doing masters.
She's doing the masters.
Yes.
She's been here quite a while.
She's a very experienced athlete.
Very experienced.
Yes.
Sylvia Chesebe, 38 years of age. Claire Borg, another experienced Great Britain runner. But then all eyes will be on Vanis Kerubo and Esther Mbagari Okanga.
Remember, Vanis Kerubo is an African champion in the 400 meters hurdles.
So once again, the last of the semi-final.
So this is semi-final number 3 of the 400 meters women, and of course Esther Mbagari using her experience in the 200 and 100 meters, and she seems to be jogging all the way, and we'll be waiting to see if she has what it takes to finish in a very good time in this 400 meters race. She is leading the way, and of course just behind her is Vanis Kerubo, the 400 meters hurdle champion from in the African Athletics Championships. But Esther Mbagari, as they head there, and Vanis just closes that distance between her and Esther Mbagari, and now Vanis takes the lead for the first time. And of course, watch out for Leonel Aoko Owino, but then it is Esther Mbagari trying so hard to come from the outside. It is Vanis and Esther. This is going to be very interesting, but then it is Vanis Kerubo, 53.75. This is something that we didn't really expect. Linda Aoko, nobody talked about her. Wow.
Lanolina Aoko from KDF coming in there.
But then Esther Mbagari just faded off in the 150, and I think that's where the coach will really have to insist.
Greg, remember this is the second race that
she's doing in the 400
meters, and she's coming.
This is how serious they get.
It is Vanis Kerubo who won just ahead of Linda Aoko, but we are talking about Esther Mbagari.
Yes.
Esther Mbagari had a really good start in the first 200 meters. I think that's where she knew that I got this in control. But that might be a tactic that can be used
and she
to
was closing in on the other athletes.
Yes.
Remember, this is the second race that she's doing
in the 400 meters.
And she was that close with the African champion, with Vanis Kerubo and Lanolin Aoko, who are very experienced in the 400 meters. So for me, that's a plus.
Look at the distance in after 200 meters. But then look at Kerubo. Look at how much distance she had to cover to come close to Esther Mbagari, and that could not happen until the last 150. And I think Kerubo just got her tactics right as they took that bend, which is always very, very tactical. But then look also at Aoko, where she came from. Very, very far away.
She's running on the inside lane, so she can see the two athletes ahead of her. So she has a better chance of
and the strides, and she has very long strides, Aoko, and she also had a chance of this one. Esther Mbagari just fading off on the home stretch, but then deciding to use her power in the last 60 meters, and you see the power that she had almost helped her claim victory. But then Aoko and Kerubo, look at them. But then you look at Esther Mbagari's style of running. This promises something huge,
yes,
if she continues doing what she's doing.
Yes. That's the future of 400 meters hurdles in this country. Esther Mbagari.
Esther Mbagari, of course, clutching her knees. But then the African champion, Vanis Kerubo. looked really relaxed coming into that one, and that signals the end of the 400 meters women semi-final, and we are into the women final. Helen Sembua, of course, didn't do really well in semi-final number 3, but it is down to the men's edition, the semi-final. 3 semi-finals in the 400 meters.
And in this, we have lane 1, Kenneth Omuka from Uganda. Lane 2, James Romolelo Chaluka from Refugee. Lane 3, we have Elkana Chemeli. Lane 4, we have Alan Kipiego. Lane 5, Kevin Kipkorir. Lane 6, Brian Tinega. Lane 7, Jared Momani. Lane 8, Nakoteni William from ART. Gregory, from this lineup, I can assure you the winners are coming from lane 3, 4, 5, and 6.
You already predicted that. Chemelil, Kipiegon,
Kevin Kipkorir, and
Tinega Brian.
Remember, Kevin Kipkorir has not lost any race this year, be it in Kenya, in Uganda, or in whatever place he has run.
So he's a man beaming in confidence. Kelvin Kipkorir,
who has a personal best of 45.25 seconds. Tinega with a 45.32 seconds personal best, and those are the guys to watch.
The 2 guys with the 45.
Brian Tinega
and Kelvin Kipkorir.
5 and 6. Also don't rule out
Alan Kipiego
and Chemelil, who's running in lane 3.
Well, Kana Chemelil, of course, the young man who is also coming up really nicely.
Remember, Tinega is always a very fast starter.
As you said, watch out in lane number 5 and 6, Kelvin Kipkorir, of course. Look at him and Brian, of course, they're sizing up each other. SK. Brian Tinega.
Gregory, these guys are going for 45 seconds from the pace. This is going to be a 45-second run.
This is really interesting. Kelvin Kipkorir right now assuming the lead. Brian Tinega in second place as they head to the home stretch. This is very interesting. Look at Kelvin Kipkorir. He has no match in this field. The man from Uganda coming in from the outside, but then Brian Tinega, Alan Kipiego, but then it is Kelvin Kipkorir, 45.41. That is the fastest time in Kenya this year.
And I told you, these guys are going for 45 seconds. And there we have it, a 45.41 second.
You said he is unbeaten in East Africa.
Not been beaten this year in whatever race he has run, either 100 meters, 200 meters, or 400 meters. That's Kevin Kipkorir, who was supposed to be in the Olympic team going to Paris.
And they entered Kevin Kipkorir.
Just because he had not done one out of competition test.
Yeah.
That is why he couldn't run in Paris. So this year he said, I'm not taking any chances.
Kelvin Kipkorir, of course.
And the time has been rounded down to 45.39 seconds.
45.39, the fastest time in Kenya this year.
In Kenya this year, and very close to his personal best of 45.25 seconds. That's Kevin Kipkorir from South Rift, from North Rift, running very close to his personal best of 45.25 seconds, running a 45.39 seconds unofficial time here at Nyayo Kasarani.
Look at the power Kelvin Kipkorir has in one of the most difficult places to navigate on track. Look at him, he knew that Tinega was closing by.
The guy was after 45 seconds. Because from the look of things, the guy just wanted to run a 45 or a 44 seconds.
Could this affect him in the final?
Oh, of course, yes.
Then
he's lost a lot of energy.
He's lost a lot of energy because the field was rich. Watch out for also this man, Alan Kipiego, also coming in.
Close down on Brian Tinega.
Close down on, but then
also you look at the Ugandan in lane number 1.
I think he just checked over his shoulder, saw that Kipkorir was gone, he gave up, and then you look at the distance between Kipkorir and Tinega. That was huge.
Yes.
Semi-final number 2 coming up.
Number 2. In lane number 1, we have Brian Kimutai. Lane number 2, Eric Kimathi. Lane number 3, Erastus Mbaluka. Lane number 4, Boniface Muresa. Lane number 5, Nathaniel Kipngetich. Lane number 6, Kevin Kipkorir. 7, Kevin Tauta. And lane number 8, Simon Peter. Remember, the man to watch in this semi-final is Boniface Muresa.
The former national champion in the 400 meters, Boniface Muresa.
Gregory, do you know Muresa has never been a national champion in the 400 meters?
It was the 200.
It was in the 200
Yeah,
last year.
last year in the 200,
2024.
2024,
Yes.
yeah.
That 400 meter champion title has eluded him all these years. He's been.
Is it his time? Is it his time? With Kevin Kipkorir in the mix.
We have a strong field of 400 meter athletes. Remember, Ekwam is in
Zablon Ekwam.
Zablon Ekwam is
Yeah.
in Botswana today running
Yes.
in
In the Botswana Grand Prix.
Grand Prix,
Yes.
but running in the 200.
In the 200 meters.
Yes, and then we have Westman Were also.
Yeah,
doubles up in the
400 meters and the
He's
400
running
meters
in
hurdles. This,
Yes.
I think we have a pretty strong lineup in the 400 meters men hurdles.
Very strong line.
And,
both
that's-
in the 4x4
Yeah.
and the 4x400 meters mix.
Is it a headache for you, like you as a coach, when you have such great talents, almost same times, and of course they compete at the highest level?
And I would say not at the very highest, because we've not won any gold in an international race, but they're very close to the top. If we have two guys running 44 seconds, then we'll be dry, home and dry.
So we just
compete
need
with the
guys who can compete under 45
Yes,
to make sure that maybe we sniff the podium.
yes, and remember Moresa this is his first 400 meters he's running this year. We have to look also at Kevin Kiprotich from Kenya Prisons, who's running in lane number 6, and Nathaniel Kipngetich, who are running in lane number 7. Remember also Kevin Tauta is an Olympian who ran in the Paris Olympics in lane number 7. Very rich field.
Semi-final number 2, and we are ready for start.
Look at Moresa starting very fast. I think he's also going for 45 seconds.
He's seen what Kevin has done in heat number semi-final number 1, and just eases, yeah.
Easing off, maybe saving energy for the final.
Well, this running style,
From Tauta.
Tauta, not really the best, because he's fluffing his hands so much, and Kiprotich Tonui seizes the advantage, but then Mweresa coming into the 100, he checks over his shoulder, he knows that he has what it takes. Tonui will try also. Eric Kimathi did well in Nakuru, but not this time. Mweresa will be running this one 46.36, just about misses out the 45 meter mark. But then Mweresa 46.36.
Moresa was just gliding. Remember, he's from running the 100 meters just a few minutes ago. So he's saving energy for the finals.
Saving energy for the finals, we wait to see. But then, what could be the recovery process of such athletes who double up in competition?
Well, the World Athletic Rule says the athletes should have a 45 minutes between one event to the other minute. And he's had it. And he's ready
after
for
competing in the 100
yes,
meters.
Yes, and it's his choice. He decided to run the 100 meters
And the 400,
and then the 400 meters.
the elusive 400 meters.
Yes, we'll wait to see if he'll run the 100 meter final
Or
and
the 400 meters final. They'll be happening almost at the same time.
400 meters women final. Finalists. Lane 1, Igwan Mangala, Prisons. Lane 2, Mary Sidiu, Uchawala. Lane 3, Lois Morara, KDF. Lane 4, Lucia Williams.
And we have semi-final number 3, Joseph Kiptanui,
Lane 5, Doris
James Lokidich, Dennis Masika, Godfrey Chan Wengo of Uganda, David Sayane Kipirante, Moitalel Mpoke Nadolika, Kennedy Kimeu, and Dario Lokoro of ART. So in this field, I think David Sanayek and Moitalel Mpoke should be the names to watch in the last semi-final of the 400 meters.
Remember, Sanayek also ran in the Paris Olympic Games for Team Kenya in the 4x400 meter mixed. So that's the guy to watch. David Sanayek of Prisons in lane number 5, and lane number 6, Moitalel Mpoke, who's just coming off from the United States of America on a
Scholarship.
athletic scholarship. So those are the guys to watch in this race. Remember, also Kennedy Kimeu has made several national teams, and he will be missing in action in this semi-final.
So semi-final number 3.
So the guys to watch is lane number 5 and lane number 6. David Sanayek and Moitalel Mpoke. But that one does not rule out lane number 4 from Uganda. Oh, I can see lane number 4 is also empty, and Kimeu is just making his way to the starting line in lane number 7.
So missing out is Godfrey Chan Wengo of Uganda. He was scheduled to run in lane number 4.
Is back in the lineup in lane number 7. He was also a man to watch. He's made several national teams, including even the World Relay when he ran for Team Kenya. So he's also good. So 5, 6, and 7.
So watch out for lane 5, 6, and 7. That is David Sanayek, Moitalel Mpoke, and Kennedy Kimeu.
Remember, lane number 1, we have Joseph Kipchirchir from the Paralympics, and James Lokidich in lane number 2 from the refugees.
So Joseph Kiptanui Kipchirchir of a Paralympian taking part in this 3rd semi-final of the 400 meters men. James Lokidich got off the blocks really slowly and is struggling in the first few meters. I don't think he's going to catch up with the likes of Kennedy Kimeu, who's currently in the lead. Moitalel Mpoke of North Rift also trying really hard. But then watch out for David Sanayek right now assuming the lead. Mpoke is also trying so hard, but then Kennedy Kimeu is coming in through very nicely. But then it is Moitalel Mpoke. It is Mpoke coming in nicely. David Sanayek now steams through. Watch also for Dennis Masika Mulongo. But then it is Sanayek and Mpoke who's going to take it home. We're just looking at the time. But then it's Sanayek 46.80. Quite a slow semi-final. But then it was a battle as we expected between Sanayek and Moitalel Mpoke. Nador Killer.
Appreciate these guys from Prisons. And of course, Moitalel has been in Kenya for a couple of months now from the US.
Gregory, I think all my predictions are going right. I think I should do some, we need to introduce betting.
It's always there. It's always there. I've seen
Betting
guys, I think guys bet on marathons, who's going to win the London Marathon, the Berlin Marathon, and things like that. But then, from what I see on this field is that how well you get off the track and how well you settle in after checking, looking over, and actually makes it easier for you to determine how well or bad you'll run the race. And for this one, you look at the body composure of Sanayek and Mpoke. It was quite different from the rest of the field. Kimeli looked to struggle a little bit in that one. He started fluffing his hands, and that was a sign that he was not really in good shape.
Just look at his turnover, his leg rotation. He's doing a lot of backflips.
Yeah, even on the curve, he was struggling, and that's where Mpoke and Sanayek took really advantage. But Sanayek seems to be using a lot of energy on the curve.
Sanayek is one man. I've never understood his running. He always wants to come with the guys till the steeplechase, and then starts running
from in the last 150 meters, and that was the case.
Yes.
And then Mulongo also very good running style, but then into the last 80 he just faded out.
Yes.
Look at that, heading to the 40, but then Sanayek
Sanayek
using power and turnovers.
Yes.
Yeah.
But all of them will cruise to the final because they're qualifying to the final. It's first two to cross the line makes it to the final.
And of course, Kimeo not really having a good outing. They are coming in fourth place. Not a race he really wants to remember. The man who has always given us very good moments in the 400 meters. But right now, we're done with the 400 meters. We're waiting for the finals that will be coming in the afternoon. We have the 100 meters hurdles semi-final for both men and for the men, it's the 110 hurdles semi-finals, and of course for the women it's the 100 meters hurdles semi-finals. So 2 semi-finals for the women and 3 semi-finals for the men. It's all happening here at the Nyayo National Stadium on this day when we select a team to represent Team Kenya at the World Relay Championships to be held in Guangzhou next month. the second part of this 100 meters semi. Of course, two Veronica Chebet and Ann Kanji, and off they go. That is Ngure coming out really nicely. She knows exactly what it takes to go through this one. She's navigating, and Gladys Ngure of Prisons wins the first semi-final of these hurdles. So Gladys Mudhoni Ngure of Prisons, just Valentine Gesare win this one, the first semi-final. Of the
Veronica Chebet.
Veronica Chebet, and of course, is there's only one race in this one. We'll be heading out to the men category, and of course, a couple of interviews lined up on the trackside. Charity, if you can please take it away. I think Charity will be speaking to the Gladys Ngure in this one. So, Charity, if you can hear us, please take it away. Of course, if you're joining us, we are live from the Nyayo.
Greg, it means it seems that was the final for the
for 100 meters hurdles.
Yes.
So we'll focus to the 110 meters. Gladys Ngure on your screen, of course. A battery of journalists checking some the images they took are actually correct.
Thank you so much, Mulemi and Hilary, for the wonderful morning session that we've just had. We'll be having our second final in the women's 100 meters. I'm joined here by Gladys Ngure. Gladys, weather kidogo imekuwa ngumu?
Yeah, the weather have been a challenge, but I thank God. Yep.
Na umeweza kuhit target yako ile ulikuwa unataka?
Not yet, but I will work on it. Yeah.
Ni hurdle gani pengine iko na issue ku clear?
Hurdle number 1, because I haven't worked on speed yet, but I will work on it. Yeah.
Okay. All the best and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Okay. That was Gladys Ngure. She's just won the 100 meters hurdles. She's saying that she still has a challenge with the first hurdle because she's not done speed work first, but she'll be working on it as she progresses with the season. Later on, we're scheduled to have an interview with event director Kennedy Tanui, who will be talking to us about the next event where it will be held, and also give us an update about the Kipkeino Classic. Over to you, Mlemi, as we continue with a short break.
Interview. Charity has been speaking to Gladys Mudhoni Ngure, who's won the 100 meters women final. Of course, we were scheduled to have 2 finals in that one, and that is how it went down. And she was running from lane number 5. That's how well she glided over the hurdles as she took control of this race, the 100 meters women hurdle. And you could clearly see that
Gregory, if you look at the replay, the athletes, when they touch down, they are collapsing fast before they continue.
Just
yes,
they should be.
So we need to work on the touchdown times and the touchdown we need to work on the touchdown first, then touchdown time.
Touchdown time.
Yes. This one goes out to the coach Mwanzo, who is a hurdles coach specialist. Please work on that on your athletes, the touchdown and the touchdown times, because we can see even I know this is a fast race, the hurdles, but she improves on those two aspects. Not forgetting the hurdle clearance. She's going too high, and in some you can see it's too close. She collapses. Yes, so that means we need to work on the reactive strength of the athlete. The moment she touches down, she needs to be off again.
Technically, how you react after jumping over hurdle determines on how well you take on the next one.
Yes, of course, when you collapse, it means you're spending more time before you come up again, then continue. Then when you land again, you are collapsing. You get it?
Yes.
So it's about reactive strength.
Strength.
Yes. Doing a lot of plyometrics and calf work. Calf plyometrics. Yes.
Because
the plyometrics will work on the calf.
And as we await for the start of the 110 meters men semi-finals, two in this one, William Bevy, Elijah Cheruiyot Chesoen, there is John Kamau, Edwin Kipmutai, there is Sami Kiprop-Rugut, Godwin Ochieng Odhiambo, Michael Musyoka, once again after competing in the 400 meters hurdles, and Franklin Kipkurui Kibet. That's the lineup for the first semi-final. They're yet to come out of the call room, and they'll be coming up in a bit to see if they'll be able to compete in this one. But if you're joining us, of course, we are almost done with the morning session of this great event, the trials for the World Athletics Relays Championships to be held in Guangzhou, China next month. And I can see you are looking at the results in shock. What's happening? Is Samuel Chege out?
Samuel Chege is out of the final. I'm not seeing him in the final. Also, Dan Kiviasi is out of
unfortunately,
the final.
he's out of the finals, and I can see him. He's already taken his seat on my right side of in this commentary booth.
And surprisingly, the one who's been winning the AK meetings, Ronald Kiprono, is out of the final again. From Utawala. Well, remember when I told you in Nakuru?
Yes.
We need to see these Utawala Sprints Club guys in the final and making the team.
And of course that will help him, of course, gain that confidence.
But now I can see...
how many Utawala athletes are in the final?
There is Meshak Babu.
Meshak Babu.
There is Dennis Mwai. And just the two.
Still early days though. So they can all rectify, because if they miss this one, I'm sure they'll be trying to do something during the trials for the World Athletics Championships later on. But yet again, we shift our focus to the 110 hurdles men semi-final, and we have two semi-finals in this one, so we'll be giving you the lineup in a bit. But from what I have, we have William Bevy in lane number 1. Elijah Cheruiyot Chesoen in lane number 2, representing Kenya Defence Forces, the oldest member here, born in 1986, so this is quite an experienced runner. He'll be running in lane number 2. There is John Kamau Mburu of Central, Edwin Kimutai of running in lane number 5. In lane number 6, Godwin Ochieng Odhiambo of the Universities. Man jumping the hurdle there is Michael Musyoki Nzuku of Nairobi, and Franklin Kipkurui Kibet. So quite a few names missing in this one, and we await to see who's in, who's out. I'll be striking through the athletes that will not be participating in this one, but that's the man, William Bevy. Behind Mueres Bonfas. And missing out is Elijah Cheriot. Number 2, John Kamaumburu, also missing. And Franklin Kipkurui Kibet is also missing in this one. So the first semi-final of the 110 meters hurdles men begins in a bit. The man from the Masters, Elijah Cheriot, keep up to pace with the likes of Musyoka. Is comparted from the Kenya Defence Forces. And off the start, really, it's Mbevi, Musyoka. It is Mbevi and Musyoka. Let's see who wins. It is Michael Musyoka once again winning this one. Remember, he is the Kenya Defence Forces champion over the distance. He just about beats William Mbevi to win the first semi-final of this one. Of course, he's now back to his speciality.
Him and Musyoka. Told you that 100 meter specialist guys.
110 meter specialist guy.
110 meter hurdle specialist.
Michael Musyoka. And I think Gordon Ochieng just got his concentration altered a little bit when he checked over his shoulder.
I have some good news.
Yes.
After speaking to some officials, I can see now Moresa will not be running the 100 meter finals.
He'll be running the 400.
He'll be running the 400 meter finals. That means Dan Asamba Kiviazi
has a chance to run in the 100 meters.
But if it were not for that, then
Dan
he was
out.
Kiviazi was out of the national team. It's not just being out of the final, but
out of the national team.
Because remember, top 4
straight into the team.
Straight into the team.
Then
the next 2, maybe they will look at the times that you've run here, or the panel. Remember, Omanyala is not running. This means he's directly in the team.
In the team.
So we only need one more person. To make that team.
And that will also depend with the performances of the likes of Marco Tieno,
yes.
Who will be running today in the afternoon. In Botswana, I'm told the likes of Wiseman Were will be running at 3 p.m. in the 200 meters.
Remember, Marco Tieno has a 10.35 to
this season.
That is run this season in South Africa.
He was just edged out.
Yes, this means he's faster than most times that we've seen today.
Yes, and
so technically, 2 people are already in the team.
Marco Tieno, Ferdinand Omanyala, and maybe Meshak Babu.
Meshak Babu, if he doesn't get a
false start,
he's in the team.
So we have two more slots. We don't know who's gonna get it, but once again we back to semi-final number 2 of the 110 meters hurdle. Number 1, Collins Kiengo, Hilary Collins Okonya, Brandon Maina Njoroge, Kipkoriro Teach, Michael. Of course, Michael has already run. It's a false start, and I think this is a false start. I don't think it will be a false start. I think I just saw someone who just took off quite early, and we are waiting to see if it's going to be a red or a green card for these athletes.
Battery.
Green card for a faulty start.
That's a fault.
Going to be very restart the third one. He should be easily winning this one. Looking at the time, 14.48.
Still very slow time.
Very slow time.
Like I told you, Gregory, just look, when you look at the replay, the moment Kipkorir lands, his heel hits the ground first. Then he rises again.
It rises again.
Yes, so it is toe to heel. Moment he lands. He shouldn't be collapsing. That's what is slowing him down.
Him is putting all the stride down.
Yes.
And then when he rises up, he wastes a few minutes.
Yes, just look at that. Just look at that. Then he's coming too close to the hurdle. It doesn't give him a lot of reaction time to clear the hurdle.
Very interesting, but he said, I'm sure his coach might be listening to this commentary and saying, I think I know where to rectify heading into the next one. But
Mtu hapa nyuma. Ndio yule tunamfuata. Nyuma ya kiti, chukua weight moja. Chukua 15 moja.
Niko na 15.
Zitakuwa mbili.
Utavuta 15 mbili.
Navuta.
Kama mimi 15 moja hapa, nilivuta hapo ulinzi. Tukipata tele iko sawa. Kuna tele.
Niko nazo 7.5. Lakini ile meno ndogo.
Meno ndogo. Mimi meno kubwa ni gani?
Sled yangu hii inachukua zote mbili, kubwa na ndogo.
So ni 15 ndio iko nayo ni kubwa.
Hiyo kubwa, meno kubwa.
Ayo, juu nilijaribu mimi. Kuna 15. But akitaka anaweza chukua ni but
atavuta 15.
mbili.
Na mbili naye itakuwa.
Ndio nakwambia.
But simani uvutanga 15 mbili.
Sisi ni sawa, lakini sasa mtu kaje na wale hawezi kupatia 60. Ndio nampiga 100 tu ya aendi pesa.
Hivi.
Akisema iko light na low.
Atasema iko light, trust me. Enda. You let me. Enda hivi, kwa stairs.
Na Fred waniona hapo.
Mom, 1-2, 1-2. Because as we said, it is the health break, as of course we look at other events happening, of course field events also happening, and long jump semi-final number. The long jump semi-final, long jump women final will be taking place in a bit. Sawa sawa, acha nizime.
100 meters.
Well, very good afternoon from us. Iconic images from this great facility, and indeed, World Athletics Relay Trials in Kenya's capital, Nairobi. Remember now, after a long break, or rather a short break, as Coach Hillary would say, we are going for the women's 100-meter finals. And remember, all those that will be taking part in the 100-meter finals for both men and women, and the as well as the 4x4, have already qualified for in May. As we wait for the athletes to come from the call room and assemble at the starting line, just want to say that the weather is very conducive. On the other side, on your screens, we have coaches and some of the athletes who are taking part in the men's high jump that has just ended. And on the other side of the pitch, I can see the female athletes walking. So in lane 1, we'll have Ivan Mwangala, Mary Simiyu lane 2, Lois Morara. In lane 3 from KD from Kenya.
Victor, remember in this start list, Eunice Kadogo is the most experienced. Eunice Kadogo is a 3-time national champion, and she's 29 years old. Monica Safania comes in second as the second fastest in this lineup with 11.73 seconds that she ran in 2022. Then we have Doreen Waka, who's a very fast starter until the 60-meter mark. That one I can assure you. All factors held constant. Then we have Lucia William, who's an Olympian from South Sudan, also there. Coach William, an Olympian, also there.
Coach, the Chile, could this also be a factor to consider, considering sprinters want some warm weather for their muscles?
But there is nothing we can do right now. We just have to run with the weather. In fact, the semi-finals were run when it was raining, and we had the fastest time, 10:34 from Babu, Meshak Babu, being run in the rain. So there is nothing we can do right now about it. We just have to run and select a team.
Talking of assistant in Nakuru all through the heats to the finals, and now we've seen what he's done here today. Is he perhaps a person to watch this season and probably next season? All factors held constant, no injuries, nothing that may come?
All factors held constant. Right now, Meshak Babu is the second fastest athlete in Kenya, over 100 meters, just behind
Ferdinand.
Having run a 10.3 second in Uganda. Remember, Marco Tieno is the third fastest, having run same time in South Africa. We've not seen Marco Tieno running in Kenya this year. He's only been running international races. I hope he comes back to Kenya for his fans.
Yeah, indeed. He's everyone is eager just to see him bring. While the athletes are setting their blocks at the starting lineup, as we wait for the start of women's 100 meters finals.
Just a preview of the women in the final. Like I told you, Eunice Kadogo is a 3-time national champion. She has a personal best of 11.47 seconds that she ran in Congo in 2015. Monica Safania also has an 11, which is 11.73 that she ran in 2022. Lucia William, who is from South Sudan, an Olympian, also has an 11 seconds. She has 11.80 seconds. So I think this will be a very fast race for the three. Don't also have Morara in that lineup from KDF. She's been in the podium in Thika, in Nakuru, and in Mumias.
The lineup reminds me when we had the London 2012 Olympic Games, 100 meters finals for the men. We had Johan Blake, Gatlin, Safa Powell, Usain Bolt. I think in the history of 100 meters, those were they were the fastest men ever to be paraded together in all the 8 lanes.
And that time when Bolt broke the record, Gay seemed like he was the one going to win because he had the fastest time. And remember, it was also Asafa Powell was there, and Asafa was also a previous record holder with a 9.72 seconds in that fight. So we had Gay, we had Bolt, then we had Asafa. But and the medals were shared among the 3.
Gay did murmur some words to Bolt, and I think it was a little.
And also remember last year in Paris, Shakari was not among the favorites to win that game. But in the finals, she did it. Yes. Remember, the first 4 to cross the line made the Kenya team, and the next 2 selected by a panel of selectors. So the first 4 to cross the line are in the team as long as they are Kenyan.
Eunice Kadogo, very experienced from National Police. Monica Zefania from National Police Service. Amutavi Lavender from Nairobi in lane number 8.
First 4 to cross the line, as long as you're a Kenyan, you make the team. And if a non-Kenyan crosses the line before you, it means automatically you make the team if you are second or third. In this sense, if Lucia William wins this race, number 2, 3, 4, 5 will qualify. So that is it. The first 4 to cross the line make the team, as long as you are Kenyan. Gregory, what do you think you'd have made the team in this women category?
Oh, that's a very tricky question, but depends with the weather. I think if it was I was on low altitude, I could have done something, but yet again, done a very good field. There's only one person missing here. She is in the 400.
Esther Mbagari is missing.
Mbagari.
Yes, she decided to go in the 400
in the
meters.
400 meters.
And she's qualified for the final. So, and remember, in 400 meters, the first 6 to cross the line make the team.
Make the team.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the 100 meters final, a race that has, of course, 7 athletes, sprinters, of course, each seeking for glory. In lane number 1, Ivan Mwangala, Mary Simiu, Lois, Lucia Williams, Doreen Waka, Eunice Kadogo, the former national champion, Monica Sefania, one-time national champion, and Lavenda Amutavi. And we are ready for start, and off they go nicely. No hiccups this time round, and then watch out for Doreen Waka coming out really nicely, and it is Doreen Waka who will be winning. We'll just be watching the time. 11.64. Wow.
I told you, by 60 meters, Doreen Waka will be ahead.
She's off.
And today she's held it through the end. So Doreen Waka has made the team automatically.
We gave the likes of Monica Zefania a chance, we gave the likes of Lucia Williams a chance, but then Doreen Waka has just shown us that anything is possible. 11.64 unofficial time, of course. We are looking at the win. I think it's in.
Yes, it's legal win.
Yeah, it's legal
win.
Plus 1.4.
That's her personal best.
And look at how well they got off the blocks, and Lucia Williams was in control of this one. Eunice Kadogo tried really hard. I think she started losing.
Eunice Kadogo, she's running as if she wants to fall. That's her main undoing.
And of course, she tried so much to catch up with Doreen Waka, but then Doreen Waka was off and out, and there you go. Eunice Kadogo second, and then Lucia Williams, the South Sudanese athlete, coming in third place. Monica Sefania, surprisingly, finished.
Lois Morara in the inside lane, I think, came in the top positions. And then at the line, It's between Safania and Laventa. It will be interesting if Laventa makes the team. Remember, the husband who is
Ferdinand Omanyala should be running today at around 5 p.m.
Yes, he's already in the team.
He's already in the team. And talk about Ferdinand Omanyala, the brother is in the final of this one, and he'll be running in lane number 5. I'm talking about Isaac Omurwa, who right now is going to participate in the 100 meters final, which has Hesbon Ocheng in lane number 1, Dennis Mwai, Meshak Babu, Stephen Nyango, who won his semi-final hit number 3, Isaac Omurwa, of course, Boniface Mweresa, who didn't participate in the 400 meters, as you said. He wants to concentrate on this one. And then we have Moses Wasike and Tyson Omondi. What are your prospects on this one? What are your expectations?
For me, the top favorite is Meshak Babu. I think he will win this race, Meshak Babu. If everything else is held constant, he should win.
The man with the fastest time in the country
The man with the fastest time in the country this year. On this lineup, then we have Steve Onyango, we have Kiviazi, Dennis Mwai.
And of course, as we await for the start of the 100 meters, Charity is in the line, ready to speak to Doreen Waka, winner of the 100 meters women final. Over to you, Charity.
With the second session of the day, I'm joined here by the 100 meters winner, Doreen Waka. Doreen, unafeel aje kuhusu performance ya leo? Time umeset ile ulikuwa unataka?
Na feel poa. Kwanza nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa siku ya leo kwa kunipea hii nafasi na kwa kunipa nguvu ya kuweza kuperform kwa trials. Ingawa target yenye nilikuwa nimetarget ijaingia, lakini yenye Mungu amenipa leo, nashukuru Mungu. Yeah.
Going back to your training, utakuwa na focus na nini sana sana?
Utakuwa na focus, nikirudi kwa mazoezi na focus na training. My aim is ni beat time ya World Commonwealth ama this year World Championship. Yeah, that is my target. Yeah.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
That was Doreen Waka. Over to you, Mlemi and Hillary, as we continue with the next race.
Thank you, Charity. Final, Doreen Waka. 6:34 is the time she posted. We'll be giving you the results as they come by. But right now it's time for the men to battle out in the 100 meters. The blocks being set, and of course everything being made to ensure that there are no hiccups in this one. It is the 100 meters men final. 8 men. Remember, one destiny, Hillary.
Lane 1 is Hesbon Ocheng,
the most
Kenya
experienced
from Kenya Prisons. We have a junior athlete Dennis Mwai, very young, 20 years old in lane 2.
We have good semi-final.
Yes, we have Meshak Babu, the favorite in this final, in lane 3. Lane 4, we have Steve Onyango, the man who has always been second. And I can also guess he'll become second.
You call him the Johan Blake.
Yes. Then lane number 5, we have Isaac Omurwa, 20 years old, and gunning for the top positions. Then in lane number 6, we have Dan Kiviazi, who has just replaced Boniface Mweresa in that lineup. Then in lane number 6, in the next lane, lane number 6, we have Moses Wasike. Then Tyson Juma Omondi. Tyson Juma Omondi has always made the final, and he calls himself the Beast. And it's always been number 3 or 4. So this will be tight again.
This will be tight. Dennis Mwai, Meshak Babu, Steve Onyango, Isaac Omurwa, the junior champion, of course, Boniface Mweresa, Moses Wasike, and Tyson Omondi. That is.
Do you know what, Greg? If you want to make the team in the Kenya team, just run a 10.3.
10.3, you are safe.
You are safe in the team. 10.39 will get you to the team. If you run anything faster than that, you are assured.
Of course, Steve Onyango of KDF.
And when the lineup is this tight, just have to hold your form. You start very fast, hold your low drive, don't extend it for too long, make it between 15 and 20 meters, and hold your form. Remember, do not finish before the line.
Do not finish before the line.
Yes, because this most likely will be a photo finish between number 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Reminds me of the Olympic finals in Paris, where we had a photo finish from, of course, number 1 and 2 had a photo, and then we had 3 to 9, each having a photo finish. But yet, yes, let's wait and see. Oh. Jitters.
False start,
Anxiety.
two things are involved. False start
Or a faulty
or
start.
a faulty start. False start is from the athlete.
You
And that's a
called,
straight red card.
you called this a star-studded lineup.
Yes.
According to the standards we have right now. But
Yes.
then, is it the anxiety? Look at the
It's
start.
tension. This is tension.
Yeah,
This is tension.
The anxiety and tension. Look at this.
And you know
Who might be?
Oh, this is so close
This
to
is so
call.
close. And
I hope it is a faulty start. We need
huh.
every man in that field.
Let's wait and see. And it is Daniel Kiviasi who just got a second
Oh
chance.
my goodness.
So disappointing.
The 200-meter specialist, he came in this starting lineup after
And
Moresa was...
I think he's begging for a review.
You know you can run under protest.
He can run under protest.
Yes, he can run under protest.
It is Daniel Kiviasi, not Boniface Mueresa.
Dan Kiviasi,
Dan
Dan
Kiviasi.
Asamba Kiviasi, the
Who's,
Kenya Prisons 2-time 100-meter champion. So when he leaves the field, it means there are remaining 7 of them.
Yeah.
Just have to be the top 4.
And of course, it is under review.
Top 4 to
Might-
top 4 make it to the team.
But it's all about the time. You said that 10.3 will be so safe for each and every athlete participating in this one. So we are yet for a start of this 100 meters. And off they go smoothly. And then watch out for Hezbon Ochieng coming out nicely. But then it is this man, Meshak Babu, yet again. 10.40.
I
told you this man is on fire.
10.3, you make the team automatically.
It should be rounded off to 10.39.
This will be a 10.39.
Yeah.
And the wind is legal, minus 1.7. 2, 3, 4, and 5, like I told you, will be a photo finish.
He didn't really have a good start. Look at that. But the person with the best start must have been the most experienced player.
Hezbon
Ochieng.
Yes.
Up to the 20, he was really on top of his game. Isaac Omuru grimaced a little bit, but then Stephen Ochieng didn't really have an answer. But then Meshak Babu realized that after the 40, he had something to prove to the world.
You see, Stephen Ochieng is trying to fall down, then Wasike coming in second.
Wasike
second, Omuru third, then Tyson Juma and Steve Ochieng. All of them are looking at each other.
If you look at
the torso,
Onyango, Steve Onyango, it's like he panics. As you said, you don't finish the race before crossing the line. So
yes, for sure.
It is all about the 100 meters, and I'll be handing you over to Charity.
So the top 4 in that top 4 in that final have made the team. That is Meshak Babu,
Thank you so much. I'm joined here by Meshak Babu. He's just won the 100 meters final. Babu, was the performance imekuwa vile ulikuwa ukiexpect?
Performance haijakuwa vile nilikuwa na expect because nilirun poa during the semis, but finally totally sijakuwa impressed na performance, but nimebuka mshindi. Yeah.
Nini una feel inaweza kuwa ilikuwa affect?
Maybe a false start yenye ilitokea. Once umepata false start kuna tension because next inaweza kuwa ni wewe. Yeah.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
So that was Meshak Babu. Meshak is saying that he's not gotten the performance that he really wanted. and he's saying that it has been attributed to the fact that there was a false start and he got a bit tense, but he's hoping that in the next performance that will be probably at the Ulinzi complex during the Easter weekend, he will be having a better performance. Over to you, Mulemi and Hilary, as we continue with the event.
Charity wrapping up the 100 meters men and women final. Meshak Babu, the 29-year-old, clinching the men's race with Doreen Waka clinching the women's race. Now to a competition that Kenya has dominated over the years, and everything that happens in this competition is all about the Kenyans, and of course it's the 3,000 meters women's steeple, which is of course the world record holder coming from this part of the world. Though we are just missing out on these gold medals from 2019. What's happening?
We are still in the kitchen, Gregory. We are still cooking.
But then the likes of Diana Chepkemoi, Faith Cherotich should be giving us hope, of course, coming into this one. But then as we review the 100 meters men final, just want you to maybe to analyze on the start, because you're a sprint coach, you know what it takes. Look at Stephen Onyango. Was this the right way to tackle this final?
His transition from the low drive was too slow for Stephen Onyango. And then look at how he's swinging his hands. He's not aggressive with his push. Look at Wasike, how aggressive he was. That's why he came in second. Then Omuru are coming in third. Then look at 3 and 4. The two, Omondi and Onyango, Steve and Tyson. They were looking at each other, trying to wonder, do you want this position or should I take it?
Should I take it?
So it's like they were asking each other, who wants it more?
And then you look at how Tyson finished. You said he is springing on the ground. Stephen had all his feet on the ground, so quite
that's decelerating.
Yeah.
Stephen is decelerating
while the other
too
one
fast.
is accelerating onto the finishing line, and it is something that you talked over and over again, and I think maybe the coaches should be the ones insisting on that, because heading into a crucial stage of the season, you need at least to clearly understand, just as you pointed out in the hurdles.
Remember, the top 4 have made the team, then add Omanyala and Mark Otieno, who are running in Botswana today. Of course, Mark, with a season best of 10.30, is the second fastest Kenyan this year, if we time it electronically. Then Meshak Babu, who's the winner here, is the third fastest. So we don't know, we'll add on to the 3 to form the relay. So will we put the second person in this race, who is Wasike, or do we put the third person in this race, who is Isaac Omurwa, to run in the relay? And of course, Boniface Moresa also is a good 100-meter athlete and also a good 400-meter athlete. So it will be a tough time for the coaches to decide who will run the 4x100 meters and the new entrant in the competition, the 4x100 meters mixed relay.
They should be hitting camp next week on Monday, as the turf at Nyayo National Stadium will be removed. I think for the last time the athletes have enjoyed the old turf here at the Nyayo National Stadium, and look at the spikes. It's called ASICS.
Yes, that's a new one from Tyson Juma.
That's a new one from Tyson. He's used to Nike.
He's used to Nike.
Yeah,
I'm so used to seeing him in Nike.
So Tyson Juma in his
I hope he's made the team, because those are new spikes that he's launched.
Might have inspired him, because you look at how well he sprang off the blocks. It was something that was really special. But if you're joining us, this is the Nyayo National Stadium, the host for the World Athletics Trials, the Kenyan edition. Of course, we have athletes from Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, and of course South Sudan. Each and every athlete here. Great Britain was also represented earlier on in the morning, the 400 meters, and of course this is the 100 meters women final that just took place.
Gregory, I don't know if Lamenta made the team. If he was in the top 4,
she was in the top 4.
It will be a family affair at the camp. Remember, the brother-in-law has already made the team.
And you see where she came from.
Yes.
She seems to have a bad start, but then look at how well she accelerates heading into the last 40. That is Lavender. Look at how well she came in head to head with Monica Safania, and just about she might have just made it to the team. Because Lucia, of course,
it's not Kenyan. This means 1-2.
Yes.
You only need 2 more people from this.
So it's Laventa,
Monica Safania, and Laventa. And if I were the selectors, I pick all of them.
Wow. What will be the the reaction. And you say, will it be a motivational factor even to
Yes,
the likes
of
of
course.
Ferdinand and
Yes,
Isaac?
of course.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. But you keep them separated when in the camp.
Yeah.
Of course, Isaac Omurwa, brother to Ferdinand Omanyala, has made the team. Omanyala himself has made the team, and the wife to Omanyala has also made the team.
And of course, today.
And he's not just making the
afternoon,
team
yeah,
because they are related.
No.
But they have merited the cut
yeah,
by merit.
They merit being in the team. And of course, we are talking about Ferdinand Omanyala. This evening, he comes into action with the likes of Akani Simbine, the former record holder in the 100 meters, Mark Otieno, of course, and of course a couple of South African athletes. What do you expect from this race in Botswana? What do you think? Is he in the best shape?
This will be a very tough race. Remember, Simbine is a bronze medalist this year in the World Indoor Championship. His first international medal in having run to a bronze medal. Omanyala has the fastest time in the lineup with a 10.07 seconds that he ran this year. And remember, is also the fastest man in Africa with a 9.77 African record that he ran in 2021. So this will be a very close race. It's between Omanyala and Simbine.
Omanyala and Simbine, of course, will be in line to see who conquers Africa in the first major race in the continent. That will be the Botswana Grand Prix, scheduled to take place later on this evening. A couple of Kenyan athletes, of course, Zablon Ekwam will be taking part in the 200 meters.
Also, Ekwam, I've seen him in the 100 meter lineup. I don't know what his thinking is, but I've seen him in the 100 meter starting lineup for Botswana. Wiseman Were also is in the 100 meters final B. That is lined up later today in the evening.
So the final B means these are athletes who are, let's say, chasing for good times.
Yes, of course. And there's also money involved. It's not just a gold standard for no reason. There is money. Just not as big as the Grand Slam.
Slam. Talking about the Jamaican Grand Slam, Emmanuel Wanyonyi walking away with the 12 million Kenya shillings in 2 days. In 2 days.
And Grand Slam, the prize money is crazy, my friend. 100,000 for the winner, US dollars. When you talk about Grand Slam, people will imagine it's tennis. No, this is not tennis. We have an athletics Grand Slam.
We are used to the Grand Slam
in tennis, yes.
But this is yet another way of getting to the Grand Slam, and these athletes, 6 athletes, will be taking part in the 3,000 meter steeplechase final. Karen Chebet from Prisons, Faith Cherotich, Diana Chepkemoi, Joyce Biwot, Joyce Jepkurui Mining, and of course Sharon Chepkemoi. And off they go. 8 the 3,000 meter steeplechase.
Remember, our junior Faith is a medalist at the Paralympics in this event. The younger Faith who runs the steeplechase, she's not running here today, but Cherotich Faith, she should be here.
She's not in the lineup, but I can see Karen Chebet, winner from the fourth leg of the Athletics Kenya Betika weekend meet in Nakuru. Faith Cherotich is not here, and she hasn't raced this year, has she?
She hasn't raced yet. She only ran the cross country.
Of course, each will be chasing victory here, and Diana Chepkemoi is straight away from the Lemotit camp takes the lead in these early stages. 6 athletes in the 3,000 meter steeplechase, the final, as they go to the first water jump.
Remember, the Faith Cherotich you are talking about won the Diamond League last season in the steeplechase. And she has a personal best.
She beat the world and Olympic champion, yes, Yavi. And Diana Chepkemoi, she seems to be the form of her life. You saw what she did in Nakuru. She seems to be in cruise control of this one as they head into the water jump.
Here in athletics, we set up the counties championships, we still have the Kipeno Classic coming soon. We still have another.
Karen Chebet currently in second, but another athlete from the Lemotit camp in third place. Talking about Sharon Chepkemoi. That is Karen Chebet and Diana Chepkemoi in a 1-2. Sharon Chepkemoi in sandwiched in between. With 6 laps to go in this one. Remember, this is always an 8.5 lap race. 4.5 miles if you like using the miles, but right now it is Karen Chebet, Diana Chepkemoi, and of course Sharon Chepkemoi in that order. And here you have some breaking news from the 100 meters men final.
Yes, Laventa Mutavi has made the team. Then Monica Safania came in 5th. So number 1 was Waka. Number 2 was Eunice Kadogo. Number 3 was from South Sudan. Number 4 was Lois Marara. Number 5 was Laventa Mutavi. Number 6 was Monica Safania. And based on the selection criteria, South Sudan cannot be in the team. This means Laventa comes in as the number 4 athlete, automatically making the team.
So it will be a family affair in Guangzhou, China, as the world relays take place. But Karen Chebet currently leading Diana Chepkemoi in this 3,000 meter steeplechase as they navigate through the 5th lap of this one. It's a huge strides there by Karen Chebet representing Prisons.
Gregory, I'm getting some
exciting news
reaction from the crowd, from our viewers. Vera Rurei, Kenyan long jump champion, former Kenyan long jump champion. She's saying great commentary from you too.
Thank you very much. And of course, we'll be giving and striving to make it even better, of course, as we navigate through the 3,000 meter steeplechase with 4 laps to go. Karen Chebet still in the lead. Remember, Karen Chebet at the age of 17 clinched the gold medal in the 2,000 meter steeplechase at the World Under-18 Championships in Nairobi with a time of 6 minutes 24.80 seconds. And right now, she's just showing the prowess that she's had over the years. And look at her right now, striding and gliding over the hurdles in this race. And you can see the confidence in her. She was not in Nakuru, yes. And Diana was in Nakuru, but right now you can see clearly she looked to be very fresh.
And it looks like they have decided it's a single file. In athletics, we call it a single file.
A single file.
Yes, no pushing, no shoving. I am alone at the front. You run behind me. Let's form single file. So as you can see.
Races, the easier you are in the front,
yes,
makes it easy for you to actually stay in contention for a medal or a podium finish.
It gives you even the comfort. Like you can see, she's running without any worries that somebody will come to push her or what.
Of course, that is the 2019 Africa Junior Champion, Karen Chebet, currently in the lead in this 3,000 meter steeplechase. She's enjoying a very healthy lead ahead of Diana Chepkemoi of Lemotit, winner of the 4th Athletics Kenya Betika weekend meet in Nakuru. Remember, Karen Chebet won silver in the 2019 Africa Junior Championships in the 3,000 meter steeplechase in a time of 9 minutes 51.41 seconds. So she has always been on the podium in the international events, and this year being the year when Kenya wants to clinch gold at the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo, this is the perfect time and the perfect conditions to begin her preparations.
Yes, it's true. And remember, this time will also attract other races in the Diamond League. So it's not just a trial or a race. The time here will make one run in the Diamond League.
And reminds me, Diana Chepkemoi, she's had a pretty good record. You look at her in 2022, she won bronze at the Africa Championships in Port Louis in a time of 9 minutes 43.64, just finishing behind Getachew Weruka of Ethiopia and Zerfe Wardmargen. That is Diana Chepkemoi. 2.5 laps to go.
World Under 20 bronze medalist and also top 8 at the World Cross Country Championship, Diana Chepkemoi.
And there she goes.
Born 25th January 2007. Very young athlete.
As
this is the future.
This is the
Gregory.
future of steeplechase, of course. Faith should have been here. I would really love to have seen Faith in action this afternoon.
It's too early for her.
Diana, of course, 25 years of age, representing Kenya Prisons with 1.5 laps to go in this 3,000 meter steeplechase. She's just torn the field apart. Diana Chepkemoi, on the other hand, in second. Karen Chebet, is in the lead. The distance between her and Diana is just enormous. I'm counting around 20-30 meters between the two athletes as they head towards the bell in just about 300 meters.
You remember Karen Chebet, bronze medalist at the African Championship and also World Under 20 and World Under 18 Championship. Born 24th May 2000.
There she goes.
And has a personal best of 9:30.42 in the steeplechase that she ran in 2022.
Of course, with 500 meters to go, Karen Chebet, as she heads to the bell at 8:13, do you feel that she's going to post something below 9:50?
If she runs under 1 minute.
As she hit the bell, that is Karen Chebet. Into that hurdle, Diana Chepkemoi in second at the moment. I'm trying to locate the third athlete. They're just way behind. And as you said, it's all about preparation, agility, and how well you glide over the hurdles. That is Karen Chebet on her way to victory. She is confident. She knows she has it. She's not losing her concentration, and you can see as she takes that hurdle. It's Karen Chebet, an athlete who's conquered Africa, conquered the world. In 2023, she was 7th in the 3,000 meter steeplechase during the All Africa Games, but then did not tire. Her personal best 9:30.42. Is she gonna make it? I don't think so, because she's way ahead of the rest. Diana Chepkemoi trying so much to close in that gap, but then it is Chepkemoi. She looks at her clock. She knows she has only one hurdle before she heads to victory, and there she goes. Diana Chepkemoi, of course, has a very good finish as she's being cheered home. That is Karen Chebet, winner 3,000 meters steeplechase. 9:36.29, just seconds shy of her personal best.
Yes, her personal best is 9:30.42 that she ran in 2022. Look at that injured athlete.
To have hurt herself, and on the last hurdle, as she's being cheered home, winner in Nakuru, and of course being cheered on because she's tried her best, hurt herself on the last hurdle, but then she's walked home. She could have done better, but then they say that when you finish, then it becomes easier for you. Diana Chepkemoi of the Lemotit camp, but it is all about Karen Chebet, who's won this 3,000 meter steeplechase. Of course, there she is going to check out on her compatriot. As you wait for Charity to line up the interviews.
So once again, a very unfortunate incident there. This is what sports. Sometimes you plan.
That is Karen Chebet, winner meters, and of course she'll be speaking to Charity in a bit. I'll be handing you over to Charity Wanja, who is ready for the interviews.
waliofuzu kwa fainali.
Thank you so much. I'm joined here by Chairman Barnabas Koril, who is also vying for the position of the Vice President in the office of the National Olympics Committee of Kenya. Mr. Koril, so far, how is the going and the preparation for Team Kenya as we head for the World Relays?
You have seen the competition that we have with with the athletes. It has been going on very well, although it rained a little bit this morning, and we were hoping that it is warmer so that the sprinters can also put their foot the best they can now. But I think so far, with the training they have had, I think they are ready to be selected. The teams that have already qualified, we have 4x4 relays, 4x100, and then of course the mixed relays, they are also going to compete today to see if they can make it. So we hope that those who will be selected will have enough time to train, to up their game before the championship.
We've also seen the condition of the tartan track. Perhaps any updates you have for us?
Yes, Athletics Kenya has been following up with the ministry concerning the tartan. You know, Kipkeino Classic is fast coming in, and it is going to be on the 1st of May in about 1 month's time. So far, the government have confirmed the payment of the fee for the tartan and the clue. My understanding is that sports stadium management will start on Monday removing the tartan in readiness for the laying down of the new tartan. I'm very confident that we are going to get the new tartan before the Kipkeino Classic, and it will be ready on time for our athletes to prepare before the competition starts.
Very wonderful news. Now, how is the going with the campaign for NOC? The last time we spoke, you announced your bid for the vice presidency. So far, how is it for you?
It's going very well, and you know, the team led by Maluki also are here. They are also watching the game. They want also to familiarize themselves with how Athletics Kenya is doing, because this is the main federation for Olympics, and therefore their presence also matters, so that they can understand exactly why they are asking their positions. And I'm sure that the confidence that they have now, they have a upper hand. And you know, the federation that are in this camp are the main ones also. It's not necessarily that we are saying the other small federations are not here, but we have football, we have rugby, we have volleyball, we have also, of course, Athletics Kenya is there, and many other federations also will be training, like baseball presidents also here. We have softball presidents also here, and of course, if you look at the federations who are in this team, it's actually the main ones. So we are asking also the other team now. Apart from this one, I don't think in the other side they have anybody who has joined, who went to Olympics in the last few years. Yes. So I think this is where the team is, where they represented Kenya during the Olympics. And we will also ask, you know, that we have to focus mainly on the development of our athletes. Athletics Kenya has done a tremendous job in nurturing talent. Everybody now wants to be like AK, that they have done their work well. And I'm sure that if we are also elected, we will support the smaller federation to grow, like what we have done also.
Athletics Kenya has been one of the most consistent federations. I know yesterday you had the kids athletics. How was it?
Yes, it is. It was really special. We have our team who went to Mombasa. They have already arrived this morning. On kids athletics, wall relays for the kids athletics will be coming soon in May. The wall competition will be on the 7th of May, and we have started the process now of engaging with most of the schools where these kids are to ensure that we have a strong competition. We have more than 100 countries all over the world having the same process, and we want to see which country has got the best program preparation for these kids. So it is something very nice, and the one in Mombasa, which was held in the last 1 week, has been very, very successful. And our team from Kids Department have done a tremendous job working very closely with the Ministry of Education. And that is what we wanted, partnership with the Ministry of Education. We train their coaches, we train their teachers so that they can handle this. The idea of Kids Athletics is to encourage now kids to embrace sports. And it's different, it's actually not competition. It is part of the playing when they are young, so that now they can develop an interest in one of the sports they are having. It actually involves draws, running and jumping.
I'm taking you back on your vision for your manifesto. Perhaps for the person who is tuning in for the first time, what are you bringing to the table for NOC?
As I said before, you know, the president who is vying for that position, that is Mr. Maluki. He has developed the manifesto that also encompasses our own. And what at least Kenya will bring on board if we are elected is to support the NOC Federation to ensure that all the programs that have already been implemented in AK can also be replicated in other federations. And all of them, if you talk to every federation, they are really happy about what at least Kenya has done. So if that is the case, and then we have to give them that opportunity to see if they can also implement what we have. And Mr. Maluki also embraces that in his manifesto, which really is similar to what we have, or what I have, the understanding. And remember, it's not the first time I've worked with Maluki. We worked during the Commonwealth Games as I was the chief de mission. He was my deputy. And during Paris Olympics, I was his deputy, he was the chief de mission, and I was his deputy. So it shows the relationship is very good, and we understand each other with the other also members who are vying for various seats, and of course the Secretary General, who is also a veteran of sports administration. So this team is very impressive. We have also doctors, we have professors who are going to be on board. These are people now who can come up with new ideas on how we can manage sports, and especially when it comes to medicine, sports medicine, they will assist a lot.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I'll release you. You continue. I know you have your friends over there, your teammates for the New Dawn. I wish you all the best. And for the ones who are watching us at home, even for other federation bosses, we are asking you, we join to the winning team.
Yes, by the way, this is the winning team. Just come on board. You have seen the number of federations who are in this team. Those are the major federations. We want to bring the small ones so that to come on board, so that we can move together to the future.
All the best and congratulations. That was the Athletics Kenya Youth Chairman, the Chairman in the Youth Development Program, Barnaba Korin. He's spoken about He's spoken about their NOC elections and what they're hoping to bring in on board. Remember, AK is one of the most consistent federation. It's having it has a kids event, which was done also yesterday in Mombasa, where we had the officials also being supported over there, and they did also a capacity building. From there, we have the youth program, where the athletes from the kids event, some who take interest and want to specialize in a particular event, they go to the youth program, where they are trained on the basics as they go on to the elite. In the elite is where now they go and compete competitively before, and they can also be able to move in other departments, maybe coaching. Later on, they can also be administrators, like Barnaba Korin, who was also a former runner and now is in the sports governance. And then from there, we have the masters team. So all the athletes, young to the senior ones, they are well taken care of in this federation. And Mr. Korili is hoping that the other federations will be able to emulate. We are also graced by the presence of Shadrach Maluki, who is vying for the position of the president of NOC. Is hoping to replace our Paul Terragat, who is also who was also from athletics. And also we have the likes of, we also have Andrew Modibo, who is vying for the the SD position, and also we have Sasha and other guys from the New Dawn team who are here watching the athletics to familiarize themselves with how they run and also do some benchmarking. Over to you, Mulemi and Hillary, as we continue with the next final.
Greg, something interesting about this race. Look at the curve. We have two athletes who did not finish. We have Ngunjiri and William Bevy. Both from KDF. I told you this will be a KDF affair.
But Kip Korir decided to just team away from the
Kenya
rest,
Prisons,
especially after
from
the
Kenya
curve
Police.
from Kenya Police. And you could see he beat also the race favorite Musyoka, and it was so close into the curve. But then Kip Korir just knew exactly what to do when it came to the crucial moment.
No, Greg, the two race favorites finished the race at the curve, at the steeple chase. Bevy and Ngunjiri. Yes.
Of course, they dominated, and we talked about the dangers of using so much power in the semi-finals.
You could see Ngunjiri started hitting the hurdles from the first hurdle to the second hurdle.
And you said that's a millisecond lost. Look at how they got off.
Just look at Ngunjiri with the Kenyan jazz in lane number 5. He hit the first hurdle with the trail leg, then decided I'll not use the trail this time, maybe I use the lead leg. You see, he's hit it to the lead leg.
He changed tactics in between the races.
Yes, then in the third hurdle, went to dribble, then hit it to the trail leg. So he decided to, well, if I'm hitting with the lead leg, the next time I'm hitting with the trail leg. So he kept changing until the 200-meter point.
Charity, if you're ready, please take it away. About Kip Korir and Musyoki, and of course we'll be waiting to hear what the two athletes have to say after.
Either 100 meters hurdles, 400 meters hurdles. Race imekuwa vipi kwako?
Race haijakuwa mbaya vile, but nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu ameniwezesha tangu asubuhi, kwa sababu nimekimbia semis asubuhi, of which I ran well. Nimekimbia 59, then nikaenda 110 meters hurdles, nikakimbia 14.4. So sahi nimekimbia final pia, na nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu sijakimbia kama asubuhi, kwa sababu nimekuwa na fatigue mingi, sijakuwa na enough recovery. But I hope next time when I concentrate with one event, I believe that I will going to make it to 49 and 48, because we still have a good time to train. And I believe in God that will going to help me to attain that time for World Championship. Yeah.
So utataka kudouble kwa 110 meters na pia 400?
No, sita double kwa sababu I have to concentrate in 400 meters hurdles, because it is easy to qualify in 400 meters hurdles. It needs persistency and also focus and believe yourself and trust God. All will be well. Yeah.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
Over to you, Victor and Hillary, as we continue with the next final.
Speaking to Kip Korir over the last after winning the 400 meters hurdles, and we are now down to the 400 meters women final. Helen Sombua, Gladys Mumbe, Lanula Coach, Vanis Kerubo, Masi Chebet, Shida Lenye of Uganda, Masi Okech, and Esther Mbagari, the 100 and 200 meters national champion.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is
It's
hard to
intense.
predict, but
Very
the
hard to
favorite is Shida Leni from Uganda.
Shida Lenyi has a very good stride, especially on the home stretch.
And the lane 7 also Marcia Kecha, our Kenyan champion.
Marcia Kech, Esther Mbagari, Shida Lenyi, Siombua, who's gonna make it fast, and of course, as usual, Esther Mbagari from the outside, taking those strides. Marcia Kech coming in, steaming into the last 200 meters. Look at Marcia Kech, Shida Lenyi closing by, and this is going to be very interesting. Marcia Chebet, of course, in lane number 5. She's trying really hard, she's grimacing, but then Shida Lenyi looks really composed, but then Marcia Kech into the home stretch, onto the curve. Marcia Kech still in the lead. Shida Lenyi now closes in by, and it is very interesting. Is it Marcia Kech or Shida Lenyi? Esther Mbagari in third place at the moment as they take the home stretch. It is Marcia Kech. Esther Mbagari trying really hard, but then it is between Marcia Kech and Shida Lenyi. It is Shida Lenyi from Uganda. She's gonna win the 400 meters final. Marcia Chebet, weak link parent, Esther Mbagari finishes 4th.
Greg, you know, my eyes were on Esther Mbagari. Does she make the team
or not?
By right or by placement? And she's made the team by right, not by placement.
Her third race in the 400
third race in the 400, fourth race in the 400
Fourth
meters.
race in the 400
because she ran 2 times in Nakuru, and now this is 2 times. And remember, for today, she's run the second 400 meters.
In her
Today,
life.
today. I mean, she's done 2 400 meters. The first one, and she's made the team by right as a number 4.
Marcia Kech.
Marcia Kech made the team last year, Kenyan team, so she's experienced. Shida Leni is more experienced than anybody in the lineup with 30 years. Remember, her personal best is 51.47, which is also the national record. And from the times that I'm seeing here of 51.25, it means that is a new Ugandan national record in the 400 meters.
That is the new Ugandan national record.
So she has set a national record. She's smashed her previous record of 51.47 in 2019, running a 51.25 this year.
51.25 in
Yes.
the 400 meters. Shida Lenyi of Uganda, of course, clinching that 400 meters women final. Esther Mbagari was way back.
And just look, and just
the home stretch.
I just wish the cameraman would zoom into the finishing line, because everybody is lying down.
Everybody's lying down. The 400 meters has been tiresome, and of course, Shida Lenyi just about 51.27, and then Marcia Chebet did just about beat Esther Mbagari on the tape.
On the tape, and then you see, remember, Esther Mbagari is running from lane 8, so everybody was chasing after her.
Everybody was chasing after her, and of course, the curve is wider
Yes.
in lane number 8.
In lane number 8.
Making it so difficult for her to actually navigate through. And by then, Shida Lenyi will be talking to us, and of course, those are the results of the 100 meters women final. Doreen Walker winning in a time of 11.63 ahead of former national champion Eunice Kadogo, 11.74. So those are just some of the results. But right now, I'll be handing you over to Charity, who is on the other side, speaking to the new champion, and of course, the national record holder of the 400 meters in Uganda, Shida Lenyi. Over to you, Charity.
Thank you so much, Mlemi. I'm joined here by Shida Lenyi from Uganda. Remember, we have several athletes from Uganda here. We also have athletes from the refugee camp, and also we have athletes from South Sudan. How was your performance today? How do you feel today?
Thank you very much. I felt so excited that I'm competing here again in Kenya. And if I'm not mistaken, if it's 50, I don't know the official time, but I'm hoping for a national record. So, because I was the national record holder with 51.47, so I don't know what I ran today. If it's a national record, I'll be the greatest here.
So, going back, what will you be focusing on? Maybe which curve is a bit hard for you to negotiate?
It's tricky because at the moment, I've been running more of 800. So, this is like my, I think, second 400 so far. So, yeah, and concerning the training, it's going on well. So my coaches will see what I did today, and they will correct where necessary. Yeah.
Say hi to your guys in Uganda.
Hi to all Ugandans, all my fans, I greeted them, and all my fans from Kenya. I love Kenya. Kenya is my second home. So it's it's fun to me. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Karibu tena. That was Shinda Leni from Uganda. She's saying that she's hoping to have set a national record in the 400 because she was holding one in the 51. She ran a sub 51 during the last time. Remember, we also have the refugee team here with us. We also have athletes from South Sudan also competing here, and we also have athletes from other nationalities who compete in Kenya, who come and train in Kenya, competing here. Over to you, Mlemi and Hillary, as we continue with the next race.
Thank you very much, Charity, and we are ready for the 400 meters men final. Of course, a couple of names here to watch out for. We said number 5, Kevin Kipkorir, a man who's unbeaten in 2025.
Yes, of course. He's not been beaten over the distance. And remember, when he went to Uganda, he ran the 200 meters and the 400 meters, and he won both of them.
Boniface Mweres, of course, Kenya Air Force, who's never won a national 400 meters title, despite being a 400 meter specialist.
Yes, of course. He's not been a national champion in the 400 meters, but a national champion last year in the 200 meters. And remember also, he's won a lot of KDF titles, Boniface Mweresa. And has a PB, he ran last, he has a PB of 44.96 that he ran in 2022. Remember, he's also a gold medalist in the All African Games and also a silver medalist in the same distance. So, Mweresa, Tinega, Kipkorir, Sanayek, they are top, as you can see from my notes. They're on page 1 of my notes.
Plenty of research there by Coach Hillary, of course. He's sure of who might just be the one winning these 400 meters as we head to the start.
Lane 1, Kimathi, he always comes in running very hard in the last 100 meters. Lane 2, Mpoke is a quick starter. Lane 3, Sanayek always waits for the last 150 meters. Tinega banks the whole thing. 5, Kipkorir, more conditioned. 6, Mweresa, more reserved. Let us wait for the gun.
Will this be the year Kevin Kipkorir finally gets it right after missing out in the Paris Games last year? This is his time to shine. Will he make it to Team Kenya? The man who's unbeaten in 2025 in lane number 5. And there you go.
Very good start, clean start there. And you can see Mweresa started so fast. And Kipkorir has not relented. He's banging it also. And as far as we are concerned right now, Kipkorir is leading. He has closed on everybody else, and
Chairman Barnabas
closing the 200 meters mark at 21.23 seconds. The guy is going for a 44.
He's going for a 44. Will he be beating for his personal best of 45.25? He's been cheered on. Kevin Kipkorir, the man who's always done his. Boniface Mweresa struggling a little bit, just ahead of Brian Tinega. It is Kevin Kipkorir. What will be the time? 45. Just about a microsecond off his personal best.
I think the time will be rounded down to a 45.25.
So he's equaled his personal best.
Yes. This is the fastest time that has been run this year in Kenya.
Wow. Brian Tinega, second. Just about edged out Boniface Mweresa in that one.
Wait, I'm looking at also Alan Kipyego, who should have made the team, who has made the team. And he came in really fast, closing in on everybody else.
This has been a pulsating race, of
like
course.
You've seen, 45.24 second official time.
Now, that is his PB.
Yes, that is his personal best. Number 2, 45.75 seconds. 73 seconds. Number 3, 45.11 seconds. 46.11, 46.16. As you can look at the replay, Kipkorir did not come home to play. From gun to tape, he wanted this time.
Mweresa also tried so much, especially heading into the 200 meter mark. Mweresa knew that he had all that it takes to, let's say, stay in touch with Kevin Kipkorir, but this man is just about to write history. But of course, I'll be handing you over to Charity, who will be speaking to Kevin Kipkorir, Tinega, and of course, Boniface Mweresa to give us their view following this epic 400-meter final here at the Nyayo National Stadium. Over to you, Charity.
Yeah, very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the races going, as you can see, with me and Kevin.
Ile nilikuwa nataka, lakini at least nimeloa hiyo PB yangu. Ya, nashukuru pia.
Una feel aje?
Ana feel sawa. Juu ini trials na nimekuwa na the best Kenyans in sprint 400. Saa kwa position 1 na feel poa. Ya.
Ukiangalia mazoezi umefika, pengine percentage umefika kangapi hivi so far?
Bado sijafika mahali inafaa, lakini kwa sasa ninaweza sema ni 70-75 percentage ya mazoezi. Yeah.
Okay, all the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
That was Kevin Kipkorir. He's saying that he's happy that he's been able to lower his personal best here, and he's saying that it was quite competitive and he's been able to compete amongst the best nationally here. He's also saying that he is about 75% in his training, but he's going to be focusing on his speed and endurance. Over to you, Mlemi, as we continue with the next, with the men's steeplechase final.
Well, indeed, very thank you, Charity, for some nice interview and nice insights from Alan Kipwego, who's the winner over 400 meters for the men. Remember, number 1 to 6 qualify for the world release. Coach Hillary.
Yes.
Looking at the speed, looking at what happened, we look at how, I'll give an example of how Mweresa left, started the race with quite a quick pace, but soon, probably after 80 meters, he was fizzling out and slowing down.
Remember, this is his second 400 meters that he's running this year. He has concentrated more on the 100 meters and the 200 meters. From what I can detect, they were looking for speed first, then speed endurance will come in second after the speed. So it's just, he's doing short to long training, while the likes of Kipkorir has been doing a long to short. So it's a training strategy, but he'll come in clean. Remember, he always picks up when it matters.
Well, while you wait for the start of the 3,000 meters men's steeplechase race to begin, as they get ready. Remember, you're still coming to you live from the Nyayo National Stadium. This is the World Athletics Relay Trials that are being held here. And the team that will be selected here will take part at the World Relays that will be held in Guangzhou, China. Soon after the steeplechase, we'll have the relays, that is the 4x1 and the 4x4. Coach, the times that have been posted today, did you expect it? Considering we've just come from a meet in Nakuru last week, considered one of the fastest tracks in the country.
Actually, surprisingly, I expected faster times in the 100 meters, but I was a little bit disappointed because the winner had a 10.39 seconds, which is much slower than what he's been running. But in the 400 meters, the men have lived to their billing, because we've seen a 45.24 seconds, then another 45.79 from Tinega, Then there was 46.11 from Alan Kipiego. So the men have run faster. But the surprise package, who wasn't in the top three, is Sanayek. His strategy of running the last 150 has failed him today. He has to remember that 400 meters starts from the gun and ends at the finishing line. You can't run the last 150 and expect to beat people who are running the entire 400 meters. So his strategy has failed him today, and Kip Korir, as you've seen, started fast and won it from gun to tape.
Well, on your screens, that is the first lap of the men's 3,000 meter steeple chase. Up they go, the first hurdle of the race, and soon after we're going to see the separation of the wheat from the chaff, the boys from the men. The second hurdle is just a few meters away, and there they go. Well, some of the athletes who are in this 3,000 meter steeplechase, we have Amos Kiptoo Kosgei of Central Rift, Clinton Langat, Collins Kiprono, Collins Kirwa, Cornelius Kiptonui, Franklin Ocheng Muga, Hazard Kibet, Kevin Mwangi, Kiplangat Kirui, Korir Philip, Isaac Aramat of KDF, Morris Mutiso of the universities category. Remember, chase is one of the races that Kenya has dominated over the years. In Nakuru, we're having a chat with Richard, with Ezekiel Kimboi, and I remember, coach, that iconic photo that we keep talking about. We had Brimin Kiputo, Ezekiel Kimboi, and Richard Matelong. Is there a way to have such a strong squad going forward from a coach's perspective, looking at the pool of athletes that we've seen all through the 4 meets of the Athletics Kenya series?
All is not lost, Vic. We can still have that. All is not lost. We just have to, like I told you when we were leaving Nakuru, the other guys have caught up with us. They have injected science into their running. It's not about a coach and a boda or a coach and a pickup instructing athletes from the top of the pickup. It's not about talent again. It's about science right now. We have to inject a lot of science. Sports science has to come in now in the coaching of this event.
Well, indeed, that is
some amazing champions. Ezekiel Kimboi,
indeed, the names of the world beaters that we've just mentioned, Brimin, Ezekiel Kimboi, and Matelong, have just been mentioned here by the announcer in the stadium. What a coincidence, coach.
Yes, that's because those are the names we used to know. The 3 medals were assured of Kenya: gold, silver, bronze in the steeplechase. Going into a championship, we will have 3 medals before even the competition started. But right now, we're even struggling to get a bronze medal in the same event.
That is
and also Conseslus. When you write the history of 3,000 meter steeplechase in Kenya, we won't fail to mention Conseslus Kipruto.
Races of Ezekiel Kimboi, that is when Conseslus was.
Yes.
One time there seemed to be some beef between the two athletes. I don't know if it was a creation of the media.
You know, something funny about Ezekiel Kimboi, he never won the trials. He would just glide through and tell everybody in the stadium that you wait for the big match abroad. And when the time came, he would bring back the gold medal. You remember him allowing Conseslus to win the trials, then going back and winning the gold medal before he retired.
Yeah, I even remember in Rio 2016 having Brimin Kipruto Kimboy and
If you go to the city of champions, Eldoret, you will find a lot of
Ezekiel Kimboy still holds the national record, the world championship record at 8.0043 seconds. For the women's race, it is Nora Geruto at 853.02 seconds. Ezekiel Kimboy's record. I'll just hand over to Charity, cross over to Charity for a side interview.
With a time of 51 seconds, 0.25. Second position, Massive Okage, ADF, 51.64.
Thank you so much. I'm joined here by the event coordinator, event organizer. He's greeting one of our athletes from the Deaf Olympics, from the Deaf event. They're here also. They will be having their championships in August. Tanui, after Nyayo, where next for us?
Just in a fortnight after Nyayo, we'll be in Ulinzi for our fifth weekend meet, just a fortnight from now. And we are hoping that these competitions are now building up to the World Championships. We see now the first World Championship results is coming out. The sprinters are doing well. We are even amazed by our performance in 400 meters, 45.2. Very nice at this stage of the time. And we are very optimistic that this is exactly the results that we yearn for as we go. We are sure that almost for qualification now, for the first time at least, we have nearing the qualification of 400 meters for World Championship, but he is already qualified for relays, World Relays in Guangzhou this coming month. And going by everything, I can say we are somewhere. Once these stadiums are complete and everything for qualification, we can qualify right here at home. Yes.
For this relay, we've seen athletes from other countries. I've seen athletes from Uganda and also from refugee team. Do you have more countries also here?
Right now we have only, I think, 3 or 4 nationalities: Uganda, South Sudan, the refugee team, and Kenya. That's 4 nations. And it qualifies in all standards to be an international meet. And every performance that is coming from here is an internationally recognized for qualification. And therefore today, we know in the rankings, our ladies team for 4x100 meters relay are not in the bracket. And they are trying now to go to the brackets of competing in Guangzhou. 4x400 meters ladies, they are there but hanging by 2 places only. If anything happens between now and midnight tonight, we shall be thrown out. But hopefully, today we are still there, but both men 4x400 and 4x100, they are safely in the net, and even the mixed relay. So today we are only choosing the names of the teams, or the names that will represent us in Guangzhou. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tan.
Thank you very much.
Over to you, Mulemi, as we finish off with the 3,000 meter steeplechase final.
Well, that was the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase that has just ended. And we have Corey.
Final of the 3,000 meter steeplechase final. 3,000 steeplechase men final.
Let's appreciate them.
Why we have the steeplechase final in this relay series? That is not a event that is going to happen in China. This was just a build-up for the athletes.
Well, indeed, the winner of the race was Korir Philip of Kenya National Police Service, born 1993. As we await for an interview, side interview by a colleague Charity in a few. Charity, if you can hear me, you can take it away.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ogale. I'm joined here by Philip Koril. He's won the 3,000 meter steeplechase for men. Competition imekuwa vipi kwako?
Imekuwa competitive, haikuwa rahisi. Sikuwa na expect naweza nikaibuka mshindi.
Na target time yako ile ulikuwa unataka umeweza kuachieve leo?
Nimeweza kuachieve leo because nilikuwa nimekimbia kwa hiyo meetings. Sikuwa nimekimbia time under 8, under 9 I mean. So leo ndio nimeweka. So I'm looking forward now to improve on that time again.
Sasa umefeel aje endurance, speed zote ziko sasa?
Endurance bado kidogo nataka hill walk but si mbaya. Na speed si mbaya tena. Okay.
Congratulations and all the best.
Thank you.
That was Philip Koril. He's won the 3,000 meter steeplechase for men. He's saying that he's happy with his performance. He was hoping to run sub-9, which he's been able to achieve here. And he's saying that he's feeling that he is not yet where he wants to be with his endurance and speed. He'll still go and tweak it up so that he can be able to be at par with the rest of the world. Over to you, Ogale, as we continue with the next event.
A very composed Philip Korir there from the National Police Service. Next on the track we'll be having the relays. Remember, coach.
Remember, in this relays we have a new entrant 4 by 100 meters mixed. Then we have 4 by 100 meters. Then we have 4 by 400 meters. Then 4 by 400 meters mixed. Remember, the top 14 teams at the World Relay Championship makes it to in the World Relays, make it to the World Championship. So it's not just a trip, but go make the final. Then you will be at the World Championship this year.
Off the track, coach, but still inside the Nyayo National Stadium, you can just see the body language, people murmuring, perhaps wanting to see the teams, and also the competition and the adrenaline that will be there, that will be emitted in the race. Coach, sprints more or less will bring some level of enthusiasm, and you see fans jostling, and the cheering goes higher and higher compared to other races. Coach, why is it so?
Just adrenaline, big. Just adrenaline. Then sprinters love themselves, and they love to show off. That's why.
I mean, talking up like that, I remember the likes of Usain Bolt, Tyson Gay, Gatlin. The list is endless. As the fatigue team gets ready with the blocks, setting the blocks and ensuring that everything is ready before the start of the release.
Remember, as at right now, Kenya is ranked number 20th in the world in the 4 by 100 meters. We have qualified by top list going into the world relays. So, like I said, the first 4 to cross the line have made the team. This is for men, 4 by 100 meters. Kenya is ranked number 20 behind Belgium, Switzerland, Trinidad, Ghana, Liberia, Brazil, Germany, Netherlands, Jamaica, Nigeria, Australia, United States, France, Japan, Italy, GB, South Africa, Canada, and of course China as the host country is being ranked number 1.
You've given us the ranking from behind.
From Kenya's ranking going up.
I hope you haven't confused some of our listeners and viewers. quite cloudy here in Nairobi at the Nyayo National Stadium. The weather seems to be conducive, not as hot as we've seen throughout the days. And as you wait for the athletes to come from the call room, on the other side of the pitch we have the long jump for the girls, for the women, that is already continuing, as well as the long jump for the...
Talking of long jump, former national champion Vera Ray is watching from the golf course. Nowadays she went to the golf, so she's watching from the golf course and giving her comments saying, "Good job, coach," and "Good job, Victor and Greg."
Well, thank you. I told you, coach, when it comes to the sprints, you can just see the numbers are increasing. People are moving from this particular stand to the other particular stand, so they can probably cheer one of their own, be it the KDF team, be the National Police Service. I mean, this is where you're going to see people emit emotions. As the athletes get ready, and any time from now, the race is going to begin.
VIP stand is packed. Now we're coming to the end of this competition, and everybody wants to be named in the team. Everybody is eager to see their person being named in the team. That's why you can see we have a lot of people seated just below us.
Very, very eager.
Yes,
and
at the finishing line, the media guys are doing a very good job. Everybody, cameras, with their cameras, wanting to capture a bit of the relays.
Those are brilliant and professional shots from the Athletics Kenya media team, and also just want to recognize the presence of ADAC, the Anti-Doping Association of Kenya, who have been a great partner not only for athletics but also in other sporting events, to ensure that the sport people take part or rather participate in sports in a clean manner. Coach, last weekend Nakuru, what were your highlights from Nakuru? For me, it was Meshak Babu. I like what he did, the times that he posted, even running through the finals. What was your take home, coach?
My highlight was Esther Mbagari coming in second after Mercy Akech, beating the likes of Mercy Chebet, who've been seasoned in that distance. But today, you could see Mbagari qualifying by right. It means that is a future prospect in the 400 meters. So for me, it's Esther Mbagari coming from 100, 200 meters and going into the final, in the 400 meters final, and being at the podium. So for me, it was Esther Mbagari. And for the men, of course, it was Meshak Babu, still running 10-3 throughout the season. Yes.
Another takeout, coach, was also the tartan track that was late in Nakuru, and people, I know there are so many people there who are probably in their 50s and they'd never set foot on a tartan track or even seeing it as close, and they had a chance to sit at the stadium. And I remember, coach, at some point in one of the social media forums, it was a topic, it was a trending topic. What are people talking? What is tartan? What is tartan? Why is everyone why do people keep mentioning tartan?
Of course, and it's very different from what we have right here at Nyayo, because that one is a blue tartan track.
One, yeah.
Yes, and this one is a maroon tartan track. So it's very different. And most of the people who live around Nakuru and have never come to Nairobi have never seen a tartan track. So it was good to see fans coming out just to look at the tartan, not even the race.
Actually, the Machako Stadium has a blue track as well.
Yes.
But I don't know why the Nakuru one is trending more than
that's a new one. It's like a new bride.
It is the in thing.
Yes.
It is what is trending now.
And of course, from Monday, National Stadium will be closed down as a new tartan track will be laid. So the Nyayo one will be the newest tartan track
in the country.
Ready for Kipkeino Classic.
But that is also a wake-up call to the county governments as they seek or rather plan to invest in sports infrastructure. If we had some of these stadium, the sports facilities with properly fit and laid good quality standard tartan tracks, that would also elevate the levels of our game and the level of our sports in the country, coach.
But what bothers me, Vic, is sports is a devolved function. It means the laying of tartan tracks should be left to the counties.
County function.
Each county should have a stadium that has a football pitch, has a running track, has a basketball court, has a netball court, has, we're not asking for a lot like a golf course. We're just asking for the basic needs of sports, And so it's a developer. We should have 47 running tartan tracks in Kenya as we speak.
And that actually, coach, does not need a lot of acreage in terms of space compared to a sport like golf, as you've said, or a track for horse racing.
Yes. You only need, I don't think you only need 2 to 4 acres for you to lay down this thing. Tartan track, basketball court, football pitch, and you don't have to put a sitting area for the fans. No, let us think about the athlete first. If they have a nice training area, then we'll get to have the results later on. So it's just an urge for all the county government governors. Please make sure we have these things already in your county to supplement what the Ministry of Sports is doing, having 27 academies being built across the country.
I think from the legislation part, I think Parliament should come up with the legislation and probably just make it a requirement, not a necessity, for, let's say, each country, or maybe in a region, perhaps they can decide if it's a coastal region, if we say you must have a quality standard stadium, say like for the coastal region, be it in Tana River or a place like Malindi. If it's in the Rift Valley, say Nakuru, etc., etc. If in Western, you can say in Kakamega, or probably a place like Busia or somewhere near there. And coach, that also brings the technical part, and I think expertise from people who've been in the sports arena, people who've been in the sports field comes in handy. People like you, Coach Ouma, Coach Kirwa. The list is endless, because what you've seen from the contractors who've been given work, they focus on football.
Yes.
Nakuru is a very good example, and at some point we had athletes who are doing the field events like the hammer throw and also probably javelin could not happen there, and they had to go to a nearby facility, which is an institution, that is the Rift Valley Institute of Science and Technology.
Yes, because everybody was trying to protect the grass. Like right now, even at Nyayo, they will not allow you to throw a javelin at the moment. I don't know what will happen at Kipkeino. I don't know what tactic we'll use to convince Sports Kenya that we need to throw the javelin on this stadium. But I hope this one comes to fruition, that we will have Kipkeino right here, and we will have to abide by the rules of CAF that is stipulated.
Do you think, coach, also the contractors need to be taken through what it means, or what a proper stadium looks like, that encompasses both athletics and other sporting disciplines, rather than just having focus on football?
The contractor will only lay what you've presented. You can come up with a budget of, like Talanta Stadium, it's 45 billion. But I can assure you, that's just, there's no tartan track at Talanta Stadium. And the stadium will cost us 45 billion. So the contractor will give you what you want. It's about what do you want. If you want a tartan track inside, if you want a football pitch, if you want a rugby pitch, it will be more expensive. So it's about us producing the money for the contractor to build. The contractors have no problem building what you guys want.
I like the way you decided to be diplomatic. I don't know. I don't know if you are a supplier.
I'm not a contractor. I'm not a contractor.
So indeed, you're saying that is a boardroom issue.
Yes, it's a boardroom issue. Entirely boardroom. Is give me the money and I'll give you the stadium. Yes.
You get what you paid for.
Like Talanta, with the Talanta, the tartan track is outside the main stadium. This means that tartan track is a training facility, not a competition facility. But the stadium is all about football and rugby. And remember, Kenya wants to bid to host the HSBC World Rugby Sevens. This means if it is going to happen, it will happen at Talanta Stadium.
Coach, I don't know if the athletes had been informed prior to them being named into the relay team, because perhaps that is what might be causing the delay.
No, the athletes are waiting to be named in the team. That is what is happening. Everybody is waiting to be named in the team, but they do not have the knowledge that the time's here.
I'm talking about the relay team.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Athletes have closed shop. They are waiting to be named in the team. They don't want any business to do with the relay. But what they don't understand is whatever time they run here, because we've invited Uganda and the refugee, whatever time we run here will count in the ranking. Maybe we'll move up the ranking, or if we don't run here and other teams run faster times, we'll fall down the ranking. So it's important to run in these relays today, since we have more than one country running. We have Uganda, we have the refugees also in the mix. Remember, we also had a Burundian and a Great Britain running here today. So this is an international event. It's no longer just trials. We have to run these relays to improve our ranking.
Coach Hillary.
Yes, Vic.
Looking at the start, I'll give an example of Usain Bolt. He's an athlete who was known, a sprinter was known to be very slow from the blocks, but he catches up midway.
Yes.
Does that technique help, or is it a disadvantage to some athletes, or it applies both ways? But extend it perhaps to looking at what we've seen here, the likes of Esther and other athletes, Moresa. Is it a point for coaches and the technical guys to note going forward in Kenya?
Remember, Bolt was not too slow. Bolt was just a few microseconds behind at the start. But during championships, that he got it right at the start. So he produced when it mattered. And like 100 meters, the race starts at the starting blocks and it ends at the line. So you have to train every segment. You have to test the reaction, you have to test the start, you have to test acceleration, transition, maximum velocity, top end speed, and the finishing. So it's a whole sequence that we have to train. Same goes to 400 meters. You can't wait for the last 200 meters and believe you'll win that race. The race starts at the starting blocks. So it's important to train every aspect of the race.
Well, indeed, we're coming to you live from the Nyayo National Stadium. This is the World Athletics Relay Trials that are being held here. Remember, these are also being used as a sprint trials for the World Relays that will be held in Guangzhou, China. Most of the athletes taking part here did take part in the previous Boutique Athletics Kenya meets. We had the first one in Mumias, then Kapsabet, then Thika, then the final one, the last one that was in Nakuru, which was held last weekend.
Remember, next weekend we are going for the Betika finals in Siaya, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Then we come back to Ulinzi for the 5th AK track and field meeting.
Well, for most of the athletes, they've been through the legs, they know each other, they know each other's weakness, each other's strong points. So indeed, as we wait for the athletes to come from the call room for the relays, we are going to start with the ladies. I can see them walking Can see them walking.
That's the 4 by 100 meters.
Yes, the 4 by 1. And anytime from now, the 4 by 1 is going to begin. Senior colleague there, Oliver Amanda, with his big lens, capturing the best shots. We were taught in journalism class, you grab action shots fast. I can see coach teasing him. The athletes there getting ready, just preparing, others jogging, psyching up their bodies just to ensure that once the gun goes, it is all systems go.
Am I seeing only 2 teams on the track?
On the other side of the pitch, I can see other athletes that are coming into. Others are getting ready, perhaps just tightening their spikes, last minute preparations. More athletes are slowly walking into the pitch. We're waiting to sort of quite understand why we only have 2 teams on the track. Coach, as I mentioned earlier, perhaps when it came to the formation of the team, maybe that is where the delay came from. I don't know. Maybe the athletes that felt they don't want to run in this. I don't know why the delay.
I don't know if you heard them announcing that if you don't run the relay, then you'll not be selected in the team. So the athletes had to come out from their seats and go run, because who wants to be left behind when it's just running? They could just run. So they have come here shingo upande. Having been a sprinter, I understand how sprinters function.
I think now it is full house.
No, just 2 teams, still 2 teams.
Yeah, still not yet. Our view from the VIP dais, from the announcers box here at the Nyayo National Stadium, is a clear skyline of Nairobi, a little bit cloudy. On my right we have Nairobi West. On my front I have a little bit of South B going into industrial area. And on my left, I can view part of the central business district of Nairobi, a city in the sun. From the announcer's desk, they are making more announcements just to ensure that the athletes converge. And also others are being given their time so that they know the times that they posted in the previous races. Well, just confirm that for the ladies, we're gonna have two teams that named Kenya A and Kenya B, and anytime from now, they are going to leave the blocks, running in lane number 4 and lane number 5, and off they leave. It's the next changeover of the baton exchange. There we go, the athlete from Kenya Prisons. Team B is on the lead, Team B, Kenya B is on the lead. The third change over, but seems Team A is still on the lead, but Team B is slowly catching up.
That's very good exchange between Waka and Morara.
Well, Team A is leading and the gap seems to be very big, and Team A is sprinting to the finish. Coach, for an athlete who's used to quorum, who's used to numbers,
yes,
when you're two only in the track, can it affect someone? I mean,
it affects you.
How?
Because you are used to pressure, but you don't get that pressure.
Or even competition, let's say competition, because if I have Omanyala running on my left, I'll also try and catch up.
Yes, yes.
Now we have the men's 4x1. They're getting ready. It will not be full house as well. Only 4 athletes. So in lane number 4 we have Kenya E.
And then Kenya A, we have Tyson Juma, we have Dennis Mwai, we have Esbon Ochieng, and then we have
5, we have Uganda. Very mouthful name, Isabirie.
Very experienced runner from Uganda.
Lane 6 will have Kenya B.
So we have Kenya A, B, C, A, B, and C.
You have Kenya A and B and Uganda, and Kenya C is lane 7. You can see the...
Remember, Marco Tieno, Ferdinand Omanyala, Weissman Were, and Zablon Ekwam will be running in Botswana in the 4x100 meters, just to help Team Kenya improve their times later in the evening.
Indeed, after this particular event, all of us will go and sit and watch. The race officials are ensuring that everything is ready for the athletes before the starting of the race, before the baton changeover. Coach, this time we've not seen our friends from Utawala.
I told you in Nakuru. But I know the problem, where the problem has come. For you to run here, you must have had one out of competition test from ADAC or AIU. So most of those athletes have been locked out because of that simple rule. So everybody running here has had one out of competition test. So it's up to ADAC now to go all out and do the tests.
And ensure.
Yes. But notable miss from the final was Ronald Kipkoech, who has been winning all these races and being in the podium in all this AK meeting that he attends. But today he wasn't in the podium and he wasn't even top 5. That was the surprise from today.
Well, of course, the absence of...
Also Mwai, you could see Mwai, he was always in the podium in Thika, in what, but today he was second from behind.
He's
just experience.
Actually, I met him, I had a chat with him while coming, while entering the gates early in the morning.
Just experience. With time you will learn when to perform.
Thank you. We want to get the lanes started so that no runner gives it to the wrong runner.
Coach, I mean, I don't know. I'll go back to how this team was formed. Would there be confusion?
There won't be confusion. The rules say top 4 in the individual races make the Kenya team.
Okay, we have Kenya A, Kenya B. And what if Kenya A gives Kenya B the baton?
No, they can't. You give the person who is inside your lane.
There they go.
Very good start from Tyson Juma.
Very fast start.
And you can see Meshak Bab closing in on
fast changeover of the baton
on Isaboke.
I like that. Look at the Ugandan. Look at his physique. His stature. The third changeover. This is gonna be a fast one, coach. We did have the Ugandan sort of delay in getting his baton.
39.40 seconds. That's a very fast time.
39.40.
Yes, from I even don't know which Kenya won. Is it Kenya A, B, or C?
We'll just get that confirmation shortly.
And with that time, since we were ranked 21st, that time is faster than the time we ran of 39.50 seconds.
There we have the replay, and you can look at the changeover. I really like how the Ugandan sprinter just took off and got the baton.
That is a border being given the baton on the backstretch, then taking it to Benson Okot. But there's a delay.
Yeah, there seemed to be a delay. Even for the Ugandan, the last changeover, the last handing over of the baton, that is where they lost it.
Look at Resbon on the inside lane.
Taking the corner, very tactical, sprinting. You can see what the Ugandans did.
So Wasike got the baton first, then Chege, then Dante, then the Ugandan was fourth. But Pius Adome, the Ugandan 100-meter national record holder, see how he comes up first from Uganda. Did he manage to catch up?
He did not.
He didn't.
That slight delay. He did, however, cross in position 3.
No, fourth. Dan Kiviazi held it, though he slowed down towards the line, which is much dangerous than anything in a sprint race.
Because anything can happen.
Yes, you have to run past the line.
So next we'll have the 4x4 for both the men and the women. And the athletes are getting ready. You can see them from here. And as usual, we'll have Team A and Team B. Coach, from nearby, I can see coaches having probably some last minute chat. I don't know if it is the team naming, it is the timings. There seems to be some banter that is ongoing.
It's the team naming, Vic. We are so packed behind here. Everybody wants their person in the team. You know, 4 people to cross the line, automatic. Then these other 2, who do you select? That is where the...
So that is where the contention is.
Yes, the quagmire is with these 2. Please put my athlete. He ran Thika Meet, he ran this, he was position 2. In Nakuru, he was position 1. In Mumias, you have to argue. They are arguing that.
To lobby.
Yes, they
are like a political seat.
Yes. Sometimes people ask me, why don't you go? You've been asking me before we went live. Why don't you go there to lobby? I don't need to do that. When the right time comes, you know, I'm still very young. And as you can see, the other side is not as, you know, as young as we are. So when the right time comes, we'll be there.
From a coach's perspective, are you probably predicting or foreseeing a deficit of coaches in the next 5-10 years? Not wanting to sound biased or prejudiced, but is there a need perhaps for more programs to rather nurture or bring up more young coaches?
Actually, we need more programs to nurture the young coaches, because a lot of athletes have retired and they're going into coaching. So we need AK to do a lot of mentorship and doing a lot of technical training for these young coaches, upcoming coaches, not just the online one. The last time this was done is when Isaiah Kiplagat was in office. So it's something that delayed Isaiah. So we need to have these trainings, and the Regional Development Center headed by Hussein needs to take this up, you know, because he's the one in charge of all these coaches training and what. We need to have a lot of this training for short, middle and long distance coaches. Nurture the upcoming ones. But we have a lot of upcoming coaches, not to mention Perpetual Mbutu, who is in Budapest right now under the NOC program, you know, doing strength and conditioning. We have Dennis Mwanzo also in the mix. We have Peter Gatana. We have a lot of upcoming young coaches in the line. And not forgetting Msani, but we have a lot of them.
You know, previously coaching was as a product of sports also. At some point in my life, was either out of passion or maybe the fact that I'm a retired athlete, I just become a coach automatically, or even genetics because I come from a particular place. In the modern world, what is the case? Is science and also papers and education, and also your personal sharpness and your mind as well?
No.
Is it something to apply?
Right now, it's not just about apprentice where you learn from your father, or you learn from your mother, or you learn from somebody. You have to go to school, to class, and answer these questions. There is a lot of science, it's a lot of learning. We've come away from this apprentice thing, now it's professional. It's 100% professional. I remember there's a time we're being told one coach was asked to touch the gluteus medius. He started touching his head, went to the ear, he touched every body part as part from the gluteus medius. So you can imagine if you take somebody who has not gone to school to learn about the gluteus medius, gluteus maximus, you know, those are scientific terms. What will they do? So it's not just about picking it up where somebody else left. Is you have to go to class. Because the scientific terms there are too heavy for somebody who has not gone to school. VO2 max, you know.
When we look at Africa, I'll just give an example of what we saw in the Paris Olympic Games.
Yes.
That is the last edition. Can we say there are countries that did go back to the boardroom and applied what you've just explained, unlike we here, and we saw what they produced? Botswana is an example, perhaps?
I can say in some, as Kenya, we have been taken back to the drawing board. Like I said before, in the steeplechase, even in the 100 meters, not just steeplechase, even when you look at 100 meters, there's a big gap between our first person, who is Omanyala, who's running sub 10, and the second person, who is running 10.30. The third person is running 10.35. Fourth person is 10.4. And like I predicted even in the final, you run a 10:39, you make the team. And that 10:39 was what was won, the time that took the winner today to be at the top. So we have a lot of work to do, not just in sprints, but even in the other races. Look at 800 meters. Wanyonyi, after Wanyonyi, who next? Let's go to 1500 meters. Timothy Cheriot is almost moving up the races. After Timothy Cheriot, we have Reynolds, but Reynolds did not even make the final at the Olympics. You know, we have a gap. We have the past person, but we don't have the next people. You get it? So we have a lot of work to do. We've been taken back to the drawing board as a country.
We hope the concerned parties are listening. We know they are listening, and we know they are going to take it up seriously.
And just on that aspect of 1500 meters, that title, that 1500 meter World Olympic and what has come from one training camp. The records show that. All those medals we're looking at since Elijah Manangoi, Timothy Cheriot, look at Vincent Keter in the junior, look at George Manangoi. They are coming from Rongai Athletics Club. But do we have an hair apart from the names I've mentioned? We are looking at Reynolds, we are looking at now Wanyonyi moving up to 1500 meters. You know? And so it's something that we need to look keenly. We have a gap. We need to fill this gap.
What of coaches giving coaches secrets? Does it happen?
Pardon?
I'm saying, what of coaches giving other coaches secrets? Like, I can look at, bro, you're not performing. Let me tell you, you need to do A, B, C, D. Does it happen?
It happens.
One for himself.
I remember I talked about Doreen Waka in Thika, and I asked the coach, Julius Migwi. I told him, please work on Doreen Waka's the last 30 meters. In Nakuru, Doreen Waka improved a little bit.
I saw.
Then today, she's won it. Talked to Dennis Mwanzo about his athletes. When they land from the hurdle, they are sinking fast. That means there's a problem of reactive strength. They are collapsing before continuing. We have coaches who give tips to the other coaches. It is there. Just that it is not as evident as you might imagine. I remember there's some coach who was training in the dark because he didn't want others to get what he was doing. But for me, why should I hide information?
A big shout out to Coach Migwi, who passed by the announcing booth here a while ago.
Maybe we can ask him if he got the cue for Doreen Waka.
Coach,
yes.
Coach Hillary, during the last meet, did mention about Doreen. Did the tips help?
Yes, the tips helped. The tips helped because I've worked for it for 1 month, and you can see the results. Thank you, Coach Hila.
What you say in Swahili is sijui kama utarudisha mkono because especially today being a Saturday, this one deserves some nyama choma.
And you know Doreen Waka has made the team.
Hila is my friend. Choma utapata ukitaka. Tupatane huko Kaha West over.
Well, as we await there.
I don't know why this 4x4 is taking too long, It's taking too long. Maybe the athletes are at the closed shop waiting to be named in the team. You know, 4x4 is among the sprint race.
That's where the name comes from. Imperial Classic 2025. And then of course we're headed to Tokyo in 2025 September. DJ September for the World Athletics
Asante sana Nike. Basi wapenzi watazamaji, wapenzi wenza wa mchezo wa riadha, tunaposubiria shindano la mita 400 kwa wale kupokezana mirojo hapa na takazo mahali, kuna mwanariadha ambaye amepoteza viatu vya kukimbilia.
You know, I carry a lot of hats. I'm a personal trainer. I train VIP clients. I train sprinters and middle distance athletes, and I'm also a trained journalist. So it's just work. With us in studio, we have Doreen Waka, the winner of 100 meters trials. She's right in the team.
Doreen has just passed by here.
And you know, Doreen Waka is like you. She speaks Luo and fluent Kikuyu.
We can say leo amewaka uwanjani.
Waka amewaka uwanjani.
Sentence ikitumia neno waka. Maybe just a comment from her. Tuambie one or two things, how the race was and how does she feel?
Waka, how was the race today and what made you win the race today?
Race ilikuwa poa na pia nashukuru Mungu mwenye amefanya nikawini race ni my coach kunipea pressure. Yeah.
Ukisema coach alikupea pressure, unamaanisha nini? Pressure gani hiyo?
Alinipea pressure since season ianze, akaniambia Doreen, you can make it. Juu si kwa jiamini kama naweza win. Yeah.
And remember Doreen Waka has won this trial at a very good time. She's not employed and she's running for Kenya prisons. This means the people recruiting the sportsmen and women are in for a hot challenge today. Doreen Waka trains with the Kenya prisons. Esther Mbagari trains with Kenya prisons. Brenda Matitsa with the Kenya prisons. And all those three athletes, lady athletes, have performed. And so it's up to them to give these three women athletes the recruitment letters.
Well, that is presenting your CV when there is no vacancy, but the employer has to consider you. They don't have an option.
No, she's just won the trials with 11.63 seconds. Very fast time. Yeah. In fact, one of the fastest times in the country, and the fastest time in this country electronically. This means it's up to the selectors from Kenya prisons to do what they do best. Remember, also Kenya Police is recruiting this year, and KDF is recruiting this year. So it's a matter of what future do you want for your team.
I'm very sure they're listening. Some of them are here. I know she's gonna get something.
I'm hoping also. She's a very good friend of mine, and we interact a lot with most of these sprinters.
The men's triple jump is still ongoing. The athletes for the mixed relays have been called to the call room, and there they're coming out. Remember, this will be the final event of the day. We're coming to you live from the Nyayo National Stadium. This is the World Athletics Relay Trials being held here. Remember also, this event is being used for the team naming, rather the team selection of the world relays that will be held in Guangzhou, China in May. From here we can also see seasoned athletes who are holding various positions in athletics, either as coaches, as team managers. Others are journalists, an array of journalists here on the right side of the pitch. From here where we're seated, seasoned photographer Stafford Ondego, Michelle Katavi is also here, Celestine Caronay, so senior colleague. Coach, we're looking at seems after Doreen Walker came to the booth, seems other athletes also seeing it also an opportunity to speak to the world. I can see Ngure also here.
The winner of the 400 meters hurdles.
She's good. Coach, I'm also looking at the economic aspect of this, some of these events, going from the athletics meets that we had the 4.
Yes.
And also here you can see people doing business, selling snacks here and there. Others are even selling sports gear. We've seen people sell shoes, spikes. What do you have to say about that, Coach?
Well, these meets are not just about running, but also opening doors for vendors to come and sell their products. I've always bought a shoe at every meet I go. So
for how many years? I want to count how many pairs you have.
Vic, I have a wardrobe full of sporting shoes, more than even official shoes. And as I live here today, I also buy another one. Yes, I have to pick a pair. And when I run with it for 1 year, I give it out. And sometimes I also, when somebody comes to my house, an athlete,
you donate.
I donate some of them. So it's not just about running; it's about business and interactions too.
If I may quote you, it's not only about running. You can see even people making friendships. Perhaps you may see I want to be diplomatic like you are a couple of minutes ago. You might see families being
Yes, people come here for picnics. They came here to watch.
Others came here to scout as well.
Somebody came here to scout. Maybe somebody will live here with a wife or a husband today. Just make sure you don't live with somebody's.
And others will live here with records as well.
Yes, of course.
So anytime from now, the women will be,
at least they have been convinced to run.
We're taking to the track to start the 4x4. Well, the athletes are now walking to the starting point.
Vic, what scares me with this race is it's too windy and we don't have the wind measuring instrument. So whatever they run here might be null and void because of that wind instrument. I don't see it live. It should be on the field of play. It shouldn't be hidden.
A lot of technical aspects to be considered, coach.
Yes.
Considering
even if we run at 258 here and we don't have that wind instrument, that time will be null and void. So that wind instrument has to be available before this race starts. If not, we'll be wasting these athletes.
Assembling for the 4x4 meters. That is for the women.
Kisha simama atakuwa
The athletes, they are getting ready for the start of the race.
4x400 meters women finals relays.
Remember, this will be a straight final, and you can see the athletes are setting their blocks to their specifications and preference.
I'm very happy to see Esther Mbagari at the start.
Of course, our focus will be on Esther Mbagari. She seems to be quite comfortable with well, they fatigued indeed with her blocks. Seen her set it like 4 or 5 times, just to ensure she gets the right posture when she's on set position.
Remember, in lane 3 is Lois Morara, lane 4 is Mbagari, and lane 6 is Ellen Siombua, who will be starting for their respective teams, that is.
So the athletes have been categorized into Kenya A, Kenya B, Kenya C. And I remember in this you also have athletes from refugee community, have athletes from South Sudan. We also have athletes in the sprints here from neighboring country Uganda. So the athlete from athlete in lane 5 doesn't seem to be having a baton. She had left it down. The tension is what explains. In other news, games, we have girls beating Kaya TV 76-53 to retain the national Term 1 basketball title. Abutere Girls has been trending for the better part of this week, as well as Vihiga High School has been crowned the new rugby 15th champions. Moi Girls Kamusinga have retained the handball title. The games have been or are being played in Mombasa.
Remember, my former school, Musingu Boys, is leading against St. Anthony
in hockey.
And as you can see, all these teams are from Western region.
So anytime from now, the women's 4x4 will be starting. Coach, even most of these athletes are a product of school games.
Yes, most of them.
Esther seems to have
Esther started at a good pace.
She doesn't want to burn out, having been here previously.
This is the third 400 meters she's running today.
She's saving that energy for the last sprint.
Look at Siombua negotiating the bend, telling Mbagari that asante sana, wacha mimi niende.
She knows what Esther is capable of.
Esther Mbagari closing in. Remember, Mbagari is a 100-200 meter champion now running the relays. This is very commendable. And Mbagari will be the first one to hand over the baton.
So the second baton changeover has happened.
Mbagari has run quite well on that first leg. That's very commendable. And Mbada, third position, coming in strongly to challenge the top two
seems to be
athletes.
Very strong.
Gladys Mumbe taking the lead from Mercy Chebet. Mercy Chebet trying to
seems to be becoming very strong from the outer lane.
Yes. Oh, that is Vanis Kerubo and Mercy Chebet.
I like
Mercy Chebet there, coming in to hand over. Very good. Joan Cherono in that position.
It is from South Sudan.
No, that is refugees.
The refugees.
The refugee team in 4th position.
You can see Joanna chasing from behind. So the athletes have been categorized in Team A, Team B, and Team C. And here they come, the 100-meter mark. Towards this finish, seems to be men's competition.
And now it's Masia Kech versus
Now
Mirangu.
this is the final one.
Remember, Masia Kech has the fastest time this year at the front. That is Team A, Kenya A. That is basically how Team Kenya will line up. Masia Kech, Masi Chebet, Esther Mbagari, all those will be lining up for Team Kenya in China for the World Relay. So they're giving a good account of themselves. Masia Kech opening the gap there.
Masio Kech coming to the sprint finish. Masio Kech.
Look at the time.
Indeed, it is Masio Kech. We're waiting to see her time.
Very good, 3:32.36 seconds.
32.36 seconds.
The refugee team is at the 200-meter mark, coming in to finish also the race. That's very commendable of them. They have turned up and given a good account of themselves. That's the refugee team there, you can see. As the cameraman zooms in, that's the refugee team. And all the fans clapping, encouraging the team. That is very commendable. And there they finish in 4:20. 4 minutes 20 seconds.
That is called sportsmanship and the great athleticism. You have to finish no matter what, despite your time, despite coming position, the last position. But this particular athlete did not want to let down her teammates.
Yes.
And to record a DNF. For the 100-meter women's final, we have Doreen Waka 11.63 seconds, Eunice Kadogo 11.84, Lucia William 11.92, Lois Morara 12.02, Laventa Amutavi 12.05. For the men, Monica Sefania 12.07. those that will be considered will be athletes from Kenya. So that means the athlete who finished after the South Sudanese, that is Lucia William, will automatically be elevated. Coach?
Remember, the 4x100 meters women team is not yet ranked. We are outside the ranking. This means we'll go to camp and try to improve those times later on.
meters steeplechase for the women. We have Karen Chebet in a time of 9 minutes, 0.36 seconds. Diana Chepkemoi, Sharon Chepkemoi, Joyce Biwott was position 4. Joyce Jepkuri in position 5, and Faith Cherotich in position number 6 in a time of 12 minutes, 0.25 seconds.
Note, Vic, when the time is written as 9.36, it means 9 seconds. When they write 10.32, it means 10 seconds. But when it is 2 colons, 2 full colons, 9 full colon 36, it means 9 minutes 36, 10 minutes 12. So that's a typo there. You see, like the sprint is 45.2 seconds.
Those are the technicalities of sports. And in sports, you're told use your last game as a learning ground going forward. The 400 meter men, we have Kevin Kiprori in a full time of 45.24 seconds. Brian Tinega was second. Alan Kipiego, Kevin Otich was fourth. Boniface Otunga Mweresa was fifth. David Sanayek 46.25 in position 6. Eric Kimathi position 7, and Moitalel Mpoke in position number 8 in a time of 47.87 seconds.
Of course, Eric Kimathi representing Utawala Sprints Club. These times are Kevin Kipkorir running 45.24 is a very good time in March, in April. And he has been a little bit consistent this year. Consistent with his times. He's run 45 seconds this season. That's very commendable.
The 1993 born athlete from National Police Service. We have the 400 meters for women's final. We have Shida Leni in a time of 51.25 seconds. Masi Okech, Masi Chebet was third. Esther Bagari was fourth. Lanolai Naoko was fifth. Vanis Kerub was sixth. Gladys Mumbe was seventh in a time of 53.59 seconds. And Helen Siombua in a time of 54.06 seconds in position 8. Coach, your comment about these times?
Times, especially from Shida Leni 51.25. That's a Uganda national record. That's good time. Even from Akech 51.65. We are seeing a rise of the women 400 meters. I know by June we'll be running 50 seconds or under 50 seconds. It's quite commendable for the 400 meters for both men and women.
As we await the start of the mixed relays, the results on your screen have Team A, Kenya Team A for the women in a time of 46.37, and Team B in a time of 46.88. Soon after, we'll have the mixed relays as the last event of the day. Coach, the same athletes, the athletes who've been here, they did the 400 meter, the semi-final, they went into the final, others have attempted the relays. Will there be enough gas and energy for the mixed relays?
No, that will be an overreach for the athletes. Like I said, that will be their fourth 400 meters being run today. This is not a training session. This is a trial for the world relay. But it's a one-day event. We need to improve on our ranking. So they have to up their socks and run. It's circumstances that have led us to them running 400s today. But going forward, we need to protect our athletes and have them run as required. This should have been a two-day event because of the number of 400 meters that they are running. But like I said previously, circumstances.
Yeah, I can see the athletes are coming from the call room into the pitch. The athletes are now marching, or rather walking, to the starting point of the race. Later on in the day, we'll have the Botswana Golden Grand Prix, where we'll have Kana Simbine of South Africa, our very own Ferdinand Omanyala, Emmanuel Seme of Senegal, Benjamin Richardson of South Africa, Chikwendo Tracy of Jamaica, Tsebo Matsuto of South Africa also, Karabo Mothibi of Lesotho, and Karabo Letebele of South Africa, running against Ferdinand Omanyala. You can see some seasoned athletes there, Kevin Kiprop, and also the refugee team that is taking part, and their black and luminous green kits. In terms of physique, coach, the refugee team seem to be very small-bodied, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, they look.
Would this be a disadvantage to them?
Big disadvantage. Their stature is that of middle distance and long distance athletes. Look at the difference between them and Kevin Kipkorir.
Alan Kipyego is also here in the race, also another seasoned athlete who's represented the country in numerous races before. The 400 meters for the men's 400 meters is about to begin. The race officials are just making sure that everyone is ready. So we have lane 6 Kenya A, lane 5 We have the refugee team, lane 4, we have Kenya B, and lane 3, we have Kenya C. Remember, being a mixed relay, the categorization is not with the athlete's name as much as you might know their names. They just
lane 3 there's Kimeo. Yes.
Off they go. Very nice start.
Very good run from Eric Kimathi in the outer lane. He has decided to take it on his own. Kimeo in the inner lane with a yellow vest, orange vest, trying to catch up, and so is Kevin Kiprotich. This one is Kevin Kiprotich, and there is Kevin Kipkorir. This is Kiprotich in the second position.
And increasing his speed. Seems to be having some stamina.
Look at his size. Look at how he's pumping his arms. That's how it should be done. Giving it to Alan Kipiego in a green and black vest.
Alan Kipiego is already on the lead.
Yes.
And I think Coach Kevin just wanted to ensure that he hands over the baton not very far.
Remember, Alan is a 800-meter athlete.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can see he's now slowed the pace. Seems to be jogging, just perhaps saving the energy for the last sprint. He has really opened the gap at the 100-meter mark. Alan Kipiego is increasing his speed. Alan Kipiego, my goodness me, Alan Kipiego onto the third handover of the baton. There goes Tinega, shoulders down. Now he's going to full stature.
I like how Tinega runs. Very small strides,
but he's moving.
Small and quick strides, like a sewing machine. Meninga also from 800 meters in the second position, trying to close down Brian Tinega.
The athlete in second position seems to be catching up.
That is Cheminingwa, 800 meters.
Cheminingwa. Brian Tinega is not relenting, and there he goes. That is the last.
And that is Kevin Kipkorir versus Sanayek. You see what Kipkorir is doing?
I like
He's calling in Sanayek into a fight. He wants to run in the last 100 meters. Let's see if his tactic works. I've always been an advocate of running the whole race.
There goes.
Yes.
Oh my God! You can see Sanayek taking it to the final. Coach, that is what we call competition.
Kevin Kipkorir has not lost a race this year, and he has made sure that one remains.
He's shaking his hand, perhaps telling him, "You did give me a run for my money."
And you know, he has a 10.1 seconds in 100 meters run this year, and a 20.86 seconds electronic 200 meters. So the boy is in shape.
And very, very strong. Looking at his physique and his stature. There goes the replay. This was the first handover.
Vic, remember the Botswana Grand Prix has already started. Pere is running in lane 4.
That is a 400 meters for men's hurdle. Have Mark Anthony, Sabela Dlamini, very mouthful names from South Africa.
And our own Mukobe,
Mohole.
Yes.
Weissman, all the best, Weissman.
And the big attraction will be in the 100 meters where Ferdinand Omanyala, Africa's fastest man, will be racing against Akani Simbine.
With his ceremonial white headband. Perhaps that's a motivator. That's what gives him. Reminds me of the silver chain that Mo Farah had in all his races.
I can see the mixed relay. The mixed relay team is changing. Coming back to Kenya, we have the mixed relay team at the very end, far end of the corner, changing to come and run. But moving on to the DSTV, the Gabon Grand Prix is already live on Super Sports 227. Right now is the 400 meters hurdles.
Well, back home here at the Nyayo National Stadium, you're waiting for the mixed relays. Athletes are getting ready, and that will be the final race of the event. While the athletes are getting ready, you can see some movement here at the stadium. The people who are getting in, others are leaving, others are going to congratulate the athletes, talk to them, perhaps their teammates, their colleagues, their friends. The athletes are now walking to the starting point. Remember, these are the mixed relays of the Athletics Kenya World Athletics Relay Trials. Remember, for the mixed relays, to be a mix of both the men and the women. Most of these athletes have just taken part in the 400 meters, either the 4x1 or the 4x4 that has just ended a while ago. As they set their blocks to their specifications, length, just to suit their start. We wait for the sounds of the gun before the final race of today's event here at the Nyayo National Stadium gets underway. Coach, we have someone who's done 400 meters probably 3 times. They are back here for the mixed relay, maybe for a 4th time. Is that gonna take effect on them, Coach?
Of course. For those ones, they'll be so tired tomorrow, really fatigued and worn out. They'll need about 48 to 72 hours to recover before their next training session. So they'll resume their training maybe on Tuesday or Wednesday, for those who have done 400s today. Because when you count adrenaline, when you put in adrenaline and all this competition, it will take a toll on them.
Away in Botswana, Wiseman Were just won the 400 meters. Was he pushed? I didn't quite see that.
No, he dived.
He dived to the finish.
He has to secure the first position with a time of 49.08 seconds. So Wiseman Were has won the 400 meters hurdles with a time of official now 49.06 seconds. Wait, Jabulo Mbadha 49.06. Wiseman second in 49.07.
That explains
was
why he dived.
Tweng 49.20. So he was beaten at the line. Even that dive did not help him win. Beaten by 100th of a second.
Well, the race is about to begin. They are on to set position and off they go. The athletes are in 4 lanes. We have the refugees, we have athletes from Kenya A and Kenya B, and we have 1 lane for athletes from neighboring Uganda. You can see the athlete from Uganda taking the lead. She seemed to have taken an early sprint, coach. I hope she's going to maintain it to the finishing line. There goes the Ugandan, there goes the Ugandan. But Kenya A seems to be coming in closely. Closing in the gap. The Ugandan seems to have opened the gap. A very big gap. Well, that is the second changeover. Uganda is still on the lead. The Ugandan athlete has really opened a big up, coach. But coach, you can see someone who had not been on this pitch before. You can see the energy compared to the athletes who had been here before.
True, and remember Uganda is trying to look for time for the world relays, so they are running their hearts out because they want to be in that team, in that flight going to China. This is Uganda's team A. While for Kenya we have makeshift teams.
Coach, stop bragging.
No, this is Kenya's makeshift. You've seen the winners, the Kipkoris, the Mbagari, the Masia Kedge running the 4x400 meters flat.
The Ugandan athlete is there on the lead.
Handing over the baton.
And there goes the third handover of the baton.
Victor, Uganda has done us bad here. They have taken us as mincemeat.
The Ugandans?
Yes, they have made mincemeat out of us.
But coach, I don't think these athletes were here on this track before. So
no, they are.
They still have their energy intact.
Yes.
Plus,
they're running for time.
A lot of Matoke, Oluombo, Katogo. Coach, I did school in Uganda, so I understand the culture as well.
You understand the Nyabo, the Sebo,
the Nyabo, Ogambachi.
And so that's the end of our podcast today.
Running in Uganda, they say Kuduka. So if you are to say the athletes are running, you say Vaduka.
Yeah, it's more like Luya, Maragoli dialect of the Luya community. Kuduka.
I wouldn't say Maragoli dialect. I'd compare it to these guys who come from the border. These guys from Busia. No, the Samias.
The Samias.
There's a lot of similarity between the Samias and Luganda.
You know, they are neighbors. Busia is just neighboring Uganda.
Well, coach, as we now want to set eyes on other Botswana Grand Prix, where Ferdinand Omanyala will be running the next few minutes, perhaps 20 minutes. From us here at the Nyayo National Stadium, it's been a grateful, eventful day, full of adrenaline, full of athleticism, nice competition. And also from my senior colleague Gregory Mulemi, who was here a while ago. I just want to say thank you and looking forward to meeting you to the next meet.
Being called to the broadcast area for wrapping up the broadcast. See you on the other side.
Well, from Coach Hilary Wasonga, who was our expert analyst here at the Athletics Kenya World Relay Trials here at the Nyayo National Stadium, my colleague Gregory and me, Victor Ogale, is just to say goodbye and hoping to see you forward in the next Athletics Kenya meet.
tunaweza pigana hapa. Waanze kuchukua ya kupigana.
Thank you for joining us today for the World Relays Trials. I hope you've enjoyed the action that was going on here. I'm joined here by Coach Hilary Wesonga and Coach Vincent Mumo, who is also a silver medalist from the Commonwealth Games. He won it during the 4x4 event during New Delhi also. Momo, you've watched the team. You've also been among the timekeepers. What's your take on the team?
Thank you, Charity. First of all, let me talk about the 4x4 and also the 400 meters. Right now, it's also early season of the year, but the performance of the 400 meters we have seen, the men are doing good. The same the girls. But now the 4x4, as you saw the results, the team is good. When it is combined well, we still have the strong team. Yes.
Coach Hilary, do you agree with these sentiments?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Charity. We've seen a 45.2423 or 24 seconds from Kevin Kipkorir. That's a very good time coming in March. In April, we saw a 51.69 from Marcia Ketch, which is a very fast time. And remember, the women, we have 3 women who've run under 52 seconds. This means we have a very good team. And among those women is Esther Bagari, who's coming down from 100 to 200 meters. Then in the men, we have 3 men running under 45 seconds. This means the 4x400 meters will have a very strong team as long as they train right from today going into the championship. So I'm very confident with the 4x400 meters and the 4x400 meters mixed relay teams. Yes.
What about the 4x100?
Well, I have my reservations on the 4x100 meters, both for men and women. Noting that our fastest guy, Ferdinand Omanyala, who is running in Gabon, in Botswana today, is the fastest with a 10.0. Then the second fastest is Mark Otieno with a 10.3. And then the third is Babu, 10.35. Then we have a 10.4, the remaining of the team. So we have a gap. We have to bridge that gap for us to get this team right. If we want to run fast times with the world, we have to bridge that gap between Omanyala, second, third, and fourth person. Yes, and for women, you could see we have only 2 ladies from Kenya running under 12 seconds. So we still have a long way to go in the 4x100 meters. Yes.
Momo, which was your most impressive race for today?
Yeah, of course, the 400 meters, it was very interesting because seeing about 5 low is a very big improvement for the sprinters. As Ila said, we have a strong team. If now we have absence of Zabron Kwam and West Manuel, if they combine the team, I think we will have to be in the World Championship. Yeah.
Parting shot?
Parting shots, we have a strong team in the 4x400 meters, flat and the mixed. 4x100 meters, we have a lot of work to do, either in the mixed or in the flat. But I'm praying for all the best to Ferdinand Omanyala, Mark Otieno, and they follow in the footsteps of Wise Manuere, who has become second in the hurdles. So I wish them all the best in Botswana. Yes.
Momo, your parting shot?
As I said, we have a strong team in 4x4, and I believe that team can do better. 4x1, we still have time. I mean, we still have a lot of work to do because the gap, we have to narrow the gap from the Omanyala to the other guys. They have to narrow that gap. But still, I believe we can do better. If the team can train together from now until the championship, the team can perform well.
Thank you, guys. That was our coaches. They were giving us the analysis. They've been here with us watching the mixed relay event. The relays event as we select our team that is going to be representing us in Guangzhou, China, come next month on 10th and 11th. They've also seen the team where we need to see to do some improvement and where we need to firm up so that we can be in the World Championship bracket. Right now we are moving on to the team naming. We are hoping that you'll stay tuned and we see who will be in the